Gandalf the Grey moved like a shadow across the lands of Middle-earth, his presence both unobtrusive and profound, threading through villages, forests, and ancient cities, with a careful, almost invisible purpose. The wind carried whispers of his passing. Dust lifted along forgotten paths, leaves stirred on silent glades, and the smallest creatures seemed to acknowledge him, sensing an energy older than any living thing. It was not power in the form of dominion he wielded, nor the kind that strikes with immediate force. Rather, it was the subtle, patient influence of one who understands currents unseen, who moves along the edges of events, guiding without imposing. He had learned, long ago, that the softest touch often shifts the greatest weight, and that the heart of Middle-earth, fragile and complex, demanded discretion, foresight, and restraint. Even now, as the Grey wandered toward the borders of Eriador, he felt the pulse of unease beneath the land, a faint tremor that spoke of shadow yet to rise. In the towns and hamlets, villagers spoke of strange occurrences, livestock missing from their pens, travelers returning with tales of fleeting shapes glimpsed under moonlight, and sudden, unseasonable storms that left orchards barren and soil cracked. Gandalf observed all with quiet patience, noting the patterns, piecing together fragments of knowledge that, to most, would appear random or coincidental. He knew that disorder seldom emerged without cause, that chaos had a rhythm, however faint, and that the unseen hand often left signatures in the ordinary. He paused at a hilltop overlooking the Brandywine River, where morning mist clung to the water like the sigh of some ancient spirit. Here, the landscape held memory, stones worn smooth by centuries of passage, trees with roots tangled deep into the earth, as if holding on to stories long forgotten. Gandalf's eyes, sharp yet gentle, traced the course of the river, noting bends where ambush might hide, and meadows where travelers might pause unaware of danger. He sensed the distant stirrings of creatures aligned to the shadow, their motives hidden even from their own understanding. Yet even amid the threat, Gandalf found moments of quiet revelation, the sunlight scattering through the leaves, the glint of dew on spiderwebs, the soft hum of life persisting despite encroaching peril. Such small wonders, he knew, anchored hope, and hope was often the first line of defense against despair. As he descended toward a village, the air shifted. Smoke rose in thin tendrils from chimneys, carrying scents of baking bread and wood smoke, but mingled with it was a faint, acrid tang that did not belong. Gandalf's staff tapped lightly against the ground with each measured step, a rhythm that seemed to synchronize with his thoughts. He was not here to dominate, nor to draw attention, but to listen, to perceive, to understand the subtle interplay between mortal choices and the currents of fate. Children ran past, him, laughing, unaware of the gravity that lingered beyond their eyes, and he smiled faintly. They carried within them the very vitality that shadow sought to erode, and it was both their innocence and resilience that made vigilance necessary. Within the village, he moved among the inhabitants with quiet grace, asking soft questions, offering small guidance. A farmer fretted over a broken fence, concerned that wolves might attack his flock. Gandalf suggested a subtle rearrangement of the stakes, a measure that would fortify the pen without alarming the animals or attracting unnecessary attention. The farmer nodded, accepting it without question, unaware that this simple act prevented a calamity that might have otherwise rippled outward, touching more lives than he could imagine. Gandalf understood that influence was never grand in its moment. Its consequences unfolded gradually, like ripples across still water, reaching far beyond what the eye could see. He lingered at the village green as children played, their laughter rising and falling like wind through reeds. Gandalf's mind, however, was never idle. He reflected on the broader tapestry of his mission, the shadow creeping in the east, the unrest stirring among men and elves alike, and the subtle fractures appearing even within alliances he had helped to forge. He had learned that power without wisdom is brittle, that strength untempered by patience risks breaking the very fabric it seeks to protect. His grey cloak, dusted with travel and rain, seemed to absorb both sunlight and shadow, an outward reflection of the balance he had long cultivated within himself. A messenger arrived, panting and wide-eyed, bringing word of a disturbance near the edge of the forest, where travellers had vanished and strange signs marked the trees, scratches, charred patches of bark, and footprints that did not belong to any known creature. Gandalf's gaze sharpened, though his voice remained calm as he instructed the messenger to return home and keep the villagers safe. Alone, he followed the path into the trees, moving with the assurance of one who has long known the rhythm of the land. The forest seemed to recognize him, the branches parting subtly as he passed, the undergrowth compressing to allow passage without rupture. Deep within the woods, the air grew cooler, tinged with the scent of moss and damp earth. Gandalf paused by a clearing, noting traces of magic long at work, circles of stone, faint inscriptions along the bark of ancient oaks, and a lingering resonance that suggested a presence now absent. These were breadcrumbs, hints of forces both mortal and otherworldly, which he carefully collected in his mind, tracing connections and considering implications. Each fragment revealed not only what had occurred, but also what might come to pass, a delicate interweaving of foresight and moral responsibility. The cost of knowledge, he knew, was perpetual vigilance, and a solitude few could understand. Yet it was a burden he bore willingly. From the shadows, a small figure emerged, hesitant and trembling, drawn by both fear and curiosity. Gandalf knelt to meet its gaze, offering reassurance without words, his presence alone conveying safety and understanding. In that silent exchange, the principles of guidance became evident. Authority tempered by empathy, influence exercised without coercion, and the quiet insistence that the young or inexperienced might yet find their own strength. The figure departed, bolstered by confidence invisible to those who would later recount only vague memories of a kindly stranger. Yet the impact was profound, rippling outward unseen. As dusk fell, Gandalf returned to the hilltop overlooking the river, observing the interplay of fading light and emerging shadow. He considered the day's interventions, the minor victories, and the hints of larger threats yet unresolved. Patterns emerged slowly, quietly, subtle alliances forming, cracks appearing in the structures of power, and the slow stirrings of entities whose motives remained cloaked in mystery. Gandalf knew that each moment of vigilance, each act of careful guidance, was a thread in a larger weave, a tapestry whose final design could not be glimpsed in a single glance. Night descended, soft and velvety, bringing with it the chorus of nocturnal life and the distant murmur of the river. Gandalf's eyes reflected starlight as he contemplated the journey ahead. He understood that influence, patience, and the willingness to bear unseen burdens were themselves forms of power, delicate yet enduring. The Grey Wanderer was not yet the White, but even in this unassuming form, his presence shaped the fate of Middle-earth in ways both immediate and timeless. Each choice, each observation, and each act of subtle intervention accumulated, layering consequences that would unfold over years and sometimes decades. In the quiet of that night, Gandalf allowed himself a rare pause, listening to the land, sensing the convergence of natural rhythm and hidden intention. He reflected on the interplay between mortality and eternity, understanding that even a being of his nature was entwined with the decisions of others, that fate and free will danced in delicate balance. The distant hills held secrets, and the paths winding through forests and valleys were more than mere travel. They were conduits for influence, channels through which wisdom, foresight, and courage might flow without detection. As the wind stirred through the trees, carrying faint scents of rain and distant fire, Gandalf rose, adjusting his cloak and staff. He would continue, moving silently across lands both familiar and foreign, guided by a purpose older than memory itself. Each step was deliberate, each choice measured, for he knew that the shadow lurking beyond the horizon was patient, and that the smallest miscalculation might echo far beyond immediate perception. Yet he also knew that hope, though fragile, persisted through vigilance, through the gentle insistence of one who bears knowledge with humility. Gandalf descended once more into the village to ensure the safety of those unaware of the peril brushing against their lives, his presence a quiet reassurance that order and guidance endured. The moon rose, bathing rooftops and riverbanks in silver, and the night seemed to hold its breath, attentive to the movements of this quiet guardian. He paused at the river's edge, tracing the currents with his gaze, recognizing patterns of flow and eddy, much like the interweaving of lives and decisions across Middle-earth. The subtle power of the grey was neither visible nor flashy, yet its influence extended into every corner it touched, shaping events with a patience that outlasted storms and conflicts alike. By the time the first stars of evening glimmered overhead, Gandalf the Grey had already set in motion threads that would touch kings, hobbits, elves, and creatures of shadow alike. The day's vigilance, the quiet interventions, and the unseen measures taken would accumulate, converging slowly, inevitably, toward outcomes known to few, but essential to the survival of the world. And as he finally lifted his staff and began the slow walk toward distant horizons, a thought lingered in the quiet corners of his mind. To wield influence without overt display is to bear the heaviest responsibility of all, yet it is through such responsibility that the smallest lights may shine brightest in the encroaching dark. The Grey Wanderer moved onward, as always, unseen by most, yet essential to all, carrying the subtle weight of unseen battles, quiet victories, and the persistent hope that Middle-earth, in all its fragile splendor, might endure. Gandalf moved through the dimming light of evening, the villagers behind him shrinking into quiet pockets of warmth and hearth. The air carried a lingering dampness from a passing storm, the smell of wet earth mingling with the faint trace of smoke from distant chimneys. He walked with deliberate steps along a winding road, the contours of the land familiar, yet layered with subtle anomalies that only a mind attuned to the unseen could detect. Each hill and valley, each stream and copse of trees held the echo of memory, echoes of ancient currents, of past deeds whose effects lingered like shadows beneath the surface of perception. He was aware, in a way few mortals could ever grasp, of the invisible structures that framed all existence, the delicate scaffolding upon which fate rested, shaped as much by choice as by the edicts of powers older than the ages themselves. In truth, Gandalf was not merely a wanderer or a counsellor of men and hobbits. He was a Maia, one of those primordial spirits who had existed since the shaping of the world, a being bound by mandate and covenant, constrained in form, yet vast in potential. In Valinor, long before he set foot in Middle-earth, he had glimpsed the threads of order and entropy, the subtle interplay between intention and consequence, and the weight that knowledge imposes upon those who possess it. He understood that intervention must be measured, that overt displays of might could unravel delicate balances, and that even the noblest act carried unseen costs. The grey cloak he now wore concealed this lineage, this essence, yet it did not diminish the burden that rested upon him. Every word, every gesture, every glance carried significance, reverberating across realms, both seen and hidden. As he crossed a small bridge over a silvered stream, Gandalf's gaze lingered on the water's surface, reflecting the first stars of evening. Even here, in what appeared a moment of tranquility, he sensed subtle disturbances. Ripples born of currents that did not belong to the river, shadows that passed beneath the water faster than any fish, a faint tremor in the stones beneath his feet. These were not mere portents, but the signs of forces moving within Middle-earth that remained largely unnoticed by those who walked its surface. Knowledge of such undercurrents was a gift and a responsibility alike, for it permitted foresight, but demanded vigilance, requiring the bearer to act judiciously, to weigh outcomes invisible to ordinary eyes. He recalled the early days of his arrival in Middle-earth, when he first took the guise of an aged man with long hair and a staff, tasked with guiding its peoples without dominating them. He had been chosen by the Valar, sent to assist against the shadow that lingered beyond the horizon, yet he was constrained by mandate, never to wield force directly in matters of domination, never to override the free will of the races he aided. To interfere too heavily would risk breaking the covenant, corrupting the very purpose of his mission. And yet, even within such restraint, the subtle manipulation of circumstance, the careful alignment of events, became a form of power in itself, one that demanded discernment, patience, and enduring moral vigilance. In this twilight, Gandalf paused at the edge of an ancient wood, its trees tall and solemn, their trunks gnarled with age, bark etched with moss and lichen, leaves whispering with the memory of centuries. He inhaled the earthy scent, the delicate perfume of damp foliage, and he attuned his senses to the rhythm of the forest. Here, the interplay of light and shadow, of presence and absence, was more than aesthetic. It was a medium through which the subtle currents of magic and influence flowed. Gandalf could perceive disturbances that hinted at imbalance, sensing the faint traces of malicious intent, as one might detect the aftershocks of distant storms in the soil. He noted, for instance, a circle of stones half hidden beneath undergrowth, bearing marks too precise to be natural, faint sigils etched along the edges, and traces of incense or burnt herbs, suggesting a ritual now concluded but still resonant. These signs were breadcrumbs, small yet significant, pieces of a larger puzzle that Gandalf collected and catalogued in the recesses of his mind. The deeper understanding of Middle-earth, he knew, came not from mere observation, but from tracing the patterns of interaction between beings, lands, and events, noting the ways in which choice, desire, and covenant converged to shape destiny. To perceive these connections required time, patience, and a willingness to bear solitude, for the knowledge carried with it an unspoken cost, the awareness of potential suffering, the understanding of consequences invisible to all others, the sense that even well-intentioned action could yield unforeseen ruin. He moved through the forest in silence, careful to disturb neither leaf nor stone more than necessary, following trails that hinted at passage, yet defied simple explanation. Along the way, he reflected upon his earliest encounters with the peoples of Middle-earth, the Elves whose longevity offered them perspective, yet bound them in customs and traditions, the dwarves whose steadfastness was tempered by stubborn pride, and men whose fleeting lives were filled with hope, fear, and ambition. Each race presented opportunities and challenges alike, each requiring delicate understanding, for the shadow that loomed sought to exploit misjudgment, hubris, or impatience. Gandalf's role was to guide without forcing, to illuminate without dictating, to interweave influence with restraint. His thoughts turned inevitably to Saruman, the White, whose path had diverged toward ambition and hubris. Even then, Gandalf discerned subtle signs of envy, a desire for dominion cloaked in the guise of wisdom and service. These early observations were never merely judgmental, they were essential, for understanding the dynamics of power required acknowledgement of divergence, recognition of temptation, and anticipation of consequence. Gandalf knew that knowledge, however discreetly wielded, carried a moral weight equal to its practical utility. To see what others could not see was a blessing tempered by responsibility, a constant negotiation between insight and ethical restraint. As night deepened, the forest revealed itself in new aspects. The interplay of moonlight and shadow created illusions that tested perception, and Gandalf moved with deliberate caution, aware that deception often accompanied nascent danger. Yet his presence was stabilizing, a subtle harmonization of currents otherwise prone to disorder. Small creatures emerged from burrows and hollows, insects hummed faintly, and the scent of moss and rain-soaked earth intensified. All of it spoke to him, each element a note in the greater symphony of the land. He understood that to act in ignorance was folly, that the seemingly trivial held the power to shift outcomes, and that even a single misjudged step could ripple outward with consequences unforeseen. Eventually, he reached a clearing where the remnants of an old watchtower stood, crumbling, but dignified, its stones worn and moss-covered. Here he lingered, sensing the resonance of human history intertwined with the natural world. Once, sentinels had stood atop these stones, watching for enemy movement, marking the passage of seasons and conflict. Now, the place was quiet, yet alive with the faint memory of vigilance, an echo that Gandalf could read like a text written in silence. He moved among the stones, noting fissures and patterns, small arrangements of pebbles that suggested rituals or record-keeping, subtle markers left by beings both mortal and otherwise. It was in moments such as these that the Grey's understanding deepened, that knowledge, careful observation, and patient inference could be as potent as any display of magical force. He recognized the invisible scaffolding of order, the currents of influence, the ways in which small actions compounded into larger outcomes. And yet, he also felt the weight of restraint, knowing that intervention carried cost, that each choice shifted trajectories in ways both visible and hidden. His staff, worn smooth by countless travels, was not merely a walking tool, but an extension of perception, attuned to the subtlest vibrations in air, stone, and water. As he settled beside a fallen column, Gandalf allowed himself a brief moment of reflection, gazing at the stars emerging overhead. He contemplated his purpose, the covenant under which he acted, and the delicate balance required to maintain it. Every action, no matter how subtle, demanded judgment. Every observation was an act of responsibility. He considered the shadow looming from the east, the stirrings of dark will that sought to corrupt, to dominate, to unweave the fragile order of the world. Gandalf understood that his mandate was to guide, to influence, to intercede where needed, yet never to override the natural course of free will, a principle that required constant vigilance and patience. From the silence of the night, a faint breeze carried the scent of distant fire, and a whisper of unrest, subtle yet unmistakable. Gandalf rose, adjusting his cloak and gripping his staff with quiet assurance. The forest had spoken, the signs were gathered, and the patterns discerned. Knowledge, foresight, and careful preparation were his tools, and he would wield them with the patience demanded by his station. He moved forward, stepping into deeper darkness, guided by insight rather than fear, by duty rather than impulse. The journey of the Grey was unending, a series of subtle interventions, quiet observations, and moral deliberations, each act rippling outward into the lives of countless beings, shaping outcomes without spectacle, without fanfare. Gandalf walked with the understanding that true power was measured not in dominance, but in the careful stewardship of consequence, and that influence, wielded wisely, could preserve hope where despair threatened to take root. As he continued toward the distant hills, the whisper of the stars above seemed to affirm his path, a reminder that even amidst shadow, light endures, patient, subtle, and enduring. In the stillness of the night, Gandalf the Grey continued. The weight of unseen responsibility settled upon his shoulders, like a cloak heavier than cloth, yet carried with grace and resolve. The lessons of restraint, observation, and quiet influence would guide him in the days to come, as he moved ever closer to the precipice of destiny, where shadow and wisdom, mortality and eternity converged. The Grey Wanderer pressed onward, carrying within him the promise and the burden of foresight, the subtle orchestration of events, and the patient, enduring care for a world on the cusp of transformation, its fate resting in part upon his measured, deliberate steps. The path stretched before him, winding through forest and hill, illuminated by moonlight and stars, a journey both immediate and eternal. And Gandalf walked it with the calm certainty of one who bore knowledge, responsibility, and the quiet power to shape what must yet come. The dawn rose slowly over the hills of Eriador, painting the valleys in muted gold and soft violet, a light that seemed almost to linger in hesitation before spilling fully across the land. Gandalf the Grey stood atop a ridge, his staff resting lightly against his hand. eyes sweeping the terrain with the patient vigilance that had become second nature. The villages and roads below, the forests and rivers threading their way through the hills, carried subtle signs of life and unrest, interwoven in patterns that only someone who had long walked unseen currents could discern. The grey observed these currents, aware that each footstep, each whispered word, each small act of kindness or cruelty contributed to a vast, intricate tapestry of consequence that extended beyond the reach of mortal perception. He descended toward a small town, nestled along the Brandywine's tributary, the rooftops still shrouded in morning mist. The villagers were beginning their daily routines, unaware of the watchful presence that traced their steps. Gandalf did not move to intervene hastily. He never did. Influence, he had long understood, was rarely accomplished through command. It was cultivated through guidance, through the gentle shaping of circumstance, and through the strategic illumination of choices otherwise unseen. A child stumbled while chasing a rolling hoop, and Gandalf stooped to steady it with a hand both firm and kind. In the gesture, unremarkable to the casual observer, was a subtle teaching of balance, a reminder of cause and effect that would ripple quietly into the child's understanding of the world. In the marketplace, a farmer fretted over a broken cartwheel, despair shadowing his expression. Gandalf approached, inquiring softly, listening to the cadence of the man's worries and the rhythm of the town around him. He offered a subtle adjustment to the wheel, a small suggestion regarding the placement of the axle. Art certes, measure that preserved both the integrity of the cart and the dignity of the farmer. The act appeared trivial, yet in Gandalf's mind it carried significance. Small interventions often forestalled greater calamity, allowing events to unfold in ways that aligned with the greater balance he sought to maintain. As he walked among the stalls and cottages, he collected subtle signals of tension, alliances, and the undercurrents of fear, each observation a thread in the fabric he carefully traced. Gandalf's attention was drawn to a stranger, lingering at the edge of the town, eyes flicking with nervous calculation, hands hidden beneath a cloak. The figure carried neither sword nor overt instrument of power, yet the very manner of presence suggested awareness of subtle vulnerabilities, a nascent cunning honed quietly. Gandalf did not confront. He rarely did. Instead, he allowed his perception to extend, tracing the contours of intent and capability, measuring influence as one might measure the flow of a river by the bend of its waters and the resistance of stones beneath. The stranger departed shortly after, leaving behind a faint residue of intent, a whisper of consideration that Gandalf would integrate into his understanding of the region's balance. Moving onward, he entered the low woods, where sunlight fractured through branches, forming shifting mosaics upon the forest floor. Here, the currents of Middle-earth became more tangible, the stir of creatures in shadowed glens, the subtle sway of undergrowth hinting at the passage of unseen travelers, the faint scent of herbs and smoke that suggested hidden dwellings or rituals. Gandalf read these signs with meticulous care, understanding that knowledge of movement, pattern, and rhythm was a form of power itself, one that required both patience and discretion. To misread a sign was to risk consequences that could unfold far from the place of origin, affecting lives and events he sought to guide with precision. He paused at a clearing, noting a cluster of stones that had been arranged with deliberate care, encircled by moss and inscribed with runes worn smooth by rain and time. The markings were faint, yet they resonated with energy, subtle and deliberate, evidence of magic employed with purpose. Gandalf's mind traced possibilities, the origin of the ritual, the intent behind it, the potential for both benefit and harm, depending upon its continuity or disruption. Here, as elsewhere, influence was exercised not through overt force, but through understanding, through the patient alignment of cause and effect, through subtle intercession that preserved free will, while guiding toward outcomes consonant with greater order. Beyond the clearing, a young ranger approached, cautious yet determined, seeking counsel regarding bandit activity that had disrupted travel along nearby roads. Gandalf listened, allowing the man's voice to shape a portrait of threats and opportunity alike. He offered advice in careful increments, revealing only what was necessary, leaving room for the ranger's initiative and courage to play their part. The young man departed, emboldened, carrying both instruction and responsibility. In this quiet exchange, Gandalf's method became evident. Influence exercised indirectly, leaving tangible consequences without the need for overt display, shaping events as a gardener tends a delicate growth, guiding without forcing, preserving agency while mitigating disaster. As the day waned, Gandalf reached the hilltops overlooking the western woods, the horizon painted with amber and lavender, the distant mountains shrouded in haze. Here, he reflected on the larger patterns at work, the movement of shadow from the east, subtle shifts in alliances among men and elves, the faint stirrings of creatures whose motives were inscrutable. These forces were not yet manifest in dramatic confrontation, yet their presence was palpable to him. The grey, attuned to the currents of power and influence that shaped Middle-earth beneath the surface of perception. Every alliance nurtured, every restraint exercised, every moment of vigilance contributed to a complex weave whose ultimate design remained partially hidden even from him. He recalled early encounters with the Elves of Rivendell, their perception tempered by longevity and wisdom, yet constrained by caution and tradition. Each interaction offered insight into the ways alliances could be cultivated, how subtle encouragement could prompt action without coercion, and how patience often carried greater efficacy than immediate intervention. With dwarves, he had learned to navigate stubborn pride, understanding that their loyalty and skill could be harnessed effectively only when tempered by respect and recognition of their values. Among men, fleeting and impetuous, he discovered the interplay of hope and fear, the delicate balance between inspiration and restraint, and the enduring power of trust forged quietly and sustained deliberately. As twilight deepened into night, Gandalf's thoughts turned to Saruman, the White, whose early ambitions already hinted at divergence from shared purpose. The comparison was instructive. Where Gandalf's influence relied upon subtle guidance, persuasion, and the cultivation of trust, Saruman's leaned toward authority, coercion, and the seduction of ostensible mastery. Even in these early signs, the seeds of later tragedy were apparent: pride, ambition, and the desire to command rather than counsel. Gandalf understood that the costs of misused power were not merely immediate, but generational, rippling across decades, shaping events long after the initial act. The lesson was both cautionary and practical. Knowledge, foresight, and moral vigilance must be wielded with care, lest the unintended consequences outweigh the intended good. In the quiet of the forest night, Gandalf paused beside a stream, listening to its gentle flow and tracing the way its waters meandered around stones and roots. The patterns were not unlike the movement of influence, subtle and often invisible, yet capable of shaping landscapes far from the point of origin. Here he reflected upon the principle that guided his every intervention, that power exercised with restraint, patience, and understanding of consequence was more enduring than that which relied upon force, spectacle, or coercion. Even a Maia, constrained by mandate, must navigate these complexities, balancing the subtle currents of guidance against the immutable laws of the world and the free will of its inhabitants. From the edge of the woods, a faint flicker of light appeared, movement too measured to belong to the natural order. Gandalf approached silently, observing without immediate interference. A band of travelers, unaware of the dangers surrounding them, moved with careful attention but naive caution. He noted their interactions, subtle tensions, and unspoken fears, cataloguing each gesture and choice. His intervention was measured, a suggestion whispered at a moment of uncertainty, a silent gesture redirecting attention from danger, an aura of reassurance that instilled confidence without fear. Each act reinforced his guiding principle, influence that preserved agency while mitigating risk, shaping outcomes without revealing the hand that guided them. As midnight approached, Gandalf ascended a ridge to observe the constellations, their positions familiar, yet imbued with significance beyond the ordinary eye. Stars acted as markers in the vast tapestry of Middle-earth, guiding both travelers and the thoughtful observer, revealing patterns that mirrored the interconnection of events below. Gandalf's mind traced the potential pathways of shadow, the intersecting trajectories of allies, and the unseen consequences of choices made in the villages, forests, and halls he had traversed. Knowledge of these alignments was both gift and burden, a responsibility he bore quietly, understanding that each insight demanded vigilance, restraint, and the wisdom to act only when necessary. The Grey's journey that night was a reflection of his broader purpose: careful observation, subtle guidance, and the patient orchestration of events. He did not seek glory, nor recognition, nor immediate results. His influence was measured, deliberate, and quiet, unfolding over time in ways often imperceptible to those whose lives it touched. The shadows he observed were patient, cunning, and pervasive, yet he countered them with foresight, discernment, and an unyielding commitment to the covenant under which he acted. The night, silent and watchful, bore witness to this interplay, to the subtle shaping of events that would reverberate long after the moon had set and the first light of dawn returned. By the final hour before dawn, Gandalf paused at the crest of a hill, gazing eastward, where the first hints of light tinged the horizon with pale gold. The currents of influence, the subtle manipulations of circumstance, the quiet guidance of mortal and immortal alike, all converged in his perception. He understood that the tasks of the Grey were far from complete, that the shadow still gathered strength, and that every measured act, every patient intervention, was part of a larger design whose culmination lay far ahead. Yet he moved with calm resolve, knowing that his method, though invisible and often unacknowledged, held the capacity to shape outcomes more enduring than any force imposed by direct confrontation. Gandalf the Grey descended once more into the forest, letting the night embrace him as both companion and witness. His steps were measured, his mind alert yet tranquil, carrying within him the quiet power of observation, the disciplined guidance of influence, and the patient stewardship of consequences. In the vast and intricate weave of Middle-earth, he was a thread both subtle and essential, guiding, shaping, and preserving in ways that only the careful eye could trace. The day's journey, and the night that followed, were but chapters in a longer tale, threads in the tapestry of events whose final pattern would unfold in time. He moved forward with unspoken certainty, the grey wanderer attuned to the balance between light and shadow, action and restraint, knowledge and responsibility. The landscape around him breathed in concert with the movements of hidden forces, each choice and observation adding depth to the unseen currents that shaped Middle-earth. And as the first light of a new day crested the eastern hills, Gandalf pressed onward, quiet, patient, and enduring, a presence whose subtle influence would echo through the lives and fates of countless beings, shaping destiny in ways both immediate and eternal. The morning air was crisp and carried a faint scent of frost lingering from the night, a reminder of the subtle transitions between seasons that often went unnoticed by those preoccupied with daily survival. Gandalf the Grey walked along a narrow path carved between low hills, his staff tapping in measured rhythm against the cold, firm earth. The terrain was familiar, yet ever-changing, shaped by wind, rain, and the passage of the travellers, both mortal and otherwise. As always, he observed carefully, noting the minutiae, the footprints of animals, the bent stems of grass, the faint impression of a passing wagon. Each sign held significance, a record of motion, intention, and circumstance, and he catalogued them with the patient attention of one attuned to the deeper currents of Middle-earth. He paused at a small copse where sunlight filtered through skeletal branches, illuminating patches of moss and the faint glimmer of frost on fallen leaves. Gandalf's eyes, sharp despite their age-worn kindness, traced subtle patterns in the arrangement of stones near the roots of an ancient oak. Here, someone, or something, had paused recently. A delicate sigil had been etched into the bark, partially hidden by lichen, its purpose cryptic yet resonant. Gandalf studied it quietly, tracing the flow of its lines with the fingertip, and feeling the faint echo of power that lingered in the fibers. It was a minor act in appearance, yet the careful arrangement of symbols and energy suggested awareness, intent, and a connection to forces beyond ordinary understanding. This was the nature of his vigilance, the collection of fragments, the reading of signs, the quiet calculation of potential consequences. Gandalf had long learned that the grand movements of history often began with such subtle acts that the first stirrings of shadow or light rarely announced themselves in ways obvious to those untrained to perceive them. His responsibility, as he walked through forests and villages, along rivers and ridges, was to trace these currents with patience, guiding without imposing, influencing without forcing, and safeguarding without revealing the full measure of his presence. Such work required solitude, reflection, and the constant weighing of ethical consequence against practical necessity. A sudden rustle of leaves alerted him to a creature moving through the undergrowth, a small deer startled by his presence. Gandalf did not startle it further. He simply paused, allowing its path to divert naturally around him. In the smallest of these interactions, he reflected on the broader principle that would govern his life in Middle-earth, the balance of action and restraint. Each step, each gesture, each glance could have unseen impact. Even a minor disturbance might ripple outward in ways unforeseen, and yet to refrain from action entirely could allow consequences equally severe to unfold. The mastery of influence was measured in subtlety and timing, the orchestration of outcomes without intrusion, the alignment of choice and consequence with patience and wisdom. He continued along the path until it widened near a small brook, its waters glinting with the reflection of the early sun. Here, he paused to drink, dipping his staff into the flow and feeling the cool resistance of the water, sensing the strength of its current, and noting the way the stones beneath directed its movement. In this, Gandalf recognized a reflection of the work he pursued across Middle-earth, currents unseen but deeply consequential, the guidance of flows without overt domination, the shaping of paths that allowed natural motion while ensuring that obstacles did not amplify into disaster. The world itself, he thought, was a tapestry of interwoven forces, and to perceive it was to understand not merely what was present, but what might be, what could unfold, and what must be mitigated with subtle care. As he moved along the brook's edge, he encountered a small band of travelers who had lost their way, their faces etched with exhaustion and uncertainty. Gandalf approached quietly, not to impose direction, but to offer guidance in such a way that they might discover their own path. A suggestion here, a soft indication there, a subtle adjustment of perspective. These were his tools. He observed the dynamics among the group, fear tempered by courage, indecision balanced by instinct, weariness offset by fleeting moments of hope. By allowing them to navigate according to their own inclinations while gently shaping their trajectory, he ensured that agency remained theirs, even as outcomes were subtly influenced in ways that preserved safety and minimized risk. The group's conversation drifted to tales of banditry and strange sightings in the woods, stories tinged with exaggeration, yet anchored in some measure of truth. Gandalf listened, committing details to memory. The description of a shadow glimpsed under moonlight, the location of missing provisions, the peculiar patterns in animal behavior noted by a cautious youth. These small details, when combined with observation of terrain, weather, and the rhythms of travel, provided him with a layered understanding of events and potential threats. Each fragment, seemingly insignificant to the travelers, was a piece of a larger puzzle that Gandalf would continue to assemble with patient diligence. Eventually, he bid them farewell, leaving them to follow a path he had subtly indicated with gestures and quiet guidance. Alone again, he reflected upon the role of intermediary in the world's unfolding drama. To act overtly, he knew, could destabilize outcomes, provoke fear, or allow pride to corrupt the intentions of those he sought to guide. Influence, when exercised carefully, shaped choices and aligned forces without demanding obedience, cultivating resilience and discernment in others while preserving the balance of larger patterns. This approach required time, vigilance, and the constant weighing of potential consequences, a weight that Gandalf bore with quiet fortitude. He climbed a gentle slope leading to the edge of a forested plateau, where the horizon stretched wide and the river below reflected the deepening light. Here, The echoes of past events were more pronounced, remnants of a watchtower half collapsed, stones etched with moss-covered runes, and a faint disturbance in the soil suggesting recent passage of travelers or creatures. Gandalf examined these signs with a methodical eye, recognizing the layered interplay between natural movement, mortal action, and unseen forces. Each observation became part of a web of knowledge, enabling foresight while preserving discretion. The balance of awareness and restraint, insight and subtle intervention was the core of his work as the Grey, a principle he had honed over countless journeys. As he paused to survey the expanse below, Gandalf's mind traced the currents of influence radiating outward from villages, forests, and hidden enclaves. Alliances and rivalries, loyalty and ambition, fear and hope, all interacted in patterns both fragile and enduring. The shadow stirring in the east, though not yet fully manifest in overt action, left traces in these dynamics, subtle shifts that would, if unobserved, expand into consequences far beyond immediate perception. Gandalf noted these tremors in the moral and natural fabric alike, cataloguing them with patient care, understanding that foresight without action could be as perilous as action without foresight. In the late morning, he entered a grove where sunlight struck in narrow columns through dense foliage. The air was tinged with the scent of earth, moss, and faint smoke, a combination that suggested both habitation and ritual. Gandalf's senses attuned to the subtle disturbances, the placement of stones, the arrangement of herbs, the faint markings carved into bark. These were traces of intent, evidence of beings, mortal or otherwise, shaping forces in ways that might either harmonize with or disrupt the balance he maintained. Here, as elsewhere, subtlety was paramount. Knowledge alone was insufficient. Understanding must be paired with judicious intervention, timing measured with care, and action considered in light of both immediate and distant consequences. He lingered at the edge of the grove, reflecting on the nature of responsibility. To guide without dominating required discipline, patience, and humility. Gandalf's own powers were considerable, yet he had learned that overt displays could provoke resistance, fear, or unforeseen consequences. Influence wielded subtly through perception, counsel, and calibrated suggestion was more enduring than force, leaving freedom intact while ensuring outcomes aligned with a broader equilibrium. The cost of restraint was solitude, the burden of foresight, the constant awareness that even the smallest misjudgment could ripple outward with consequences that might endure for decades. From the shadows of the grove emerged a figure, cloaked and cautious, whose presence carried both curiosity and apprehension. Gandalf's gaze met theirs with calm authority, and in silence he communicated reassurance. The figure approached, drawn by instinct and trust, seeking guidance without knowing the depth or purpose of what they pursued. Gandalf offered counsel in careful increments, a gentle nudge that allowed agency to remain theirs, while subtly redirecting potential outcomes towards safety and prudence. The interaction was quiet, unobtrusive, yet consequential, a testament to the principle that true influence often manifests without overt recognition, shaping events while preserving the dignity and independence of those involved. As afternoon waned, Gandalf ascended a ridge overlooking a distant valley where the river curved gracefully between meadows. The light shifted with slow inevitability, casting long shadows that traced the undulations of the land. He reflected upon the day's observations, interventions, and subtle manipulations. Each act, seemingly minor in isolation, contributed to a lattice of influence whose effects would unfold gradually, touching lives far removed. From immediate awareness, he understood that his method, quiet, patient, observant, was as much a form of stewardship as it was power, a guiding presence aligned with both moral responsibility and practical necessity. Evening approached, and Gandalf settled upon a boulder, watching the interplay of shadow and light across the distant hills. He considered the currents of choice, the interplay of hope and fear, the ripple of human ambition, and the quiet persistence of natural order. Each element was part of a continuum, a subtle weave of cause and effect, opportunity and restraint. Gandalf's task was to perceive these patterns, to act where necessary, and to exercise influence without coercion, understanding that the weight of foresight demanded both patience and ethical discipline. As night fell, the air cooled and the forest around him became alive with nocturnal murmurs, the rustle of small creatures, the faint sigh of wind through leaves, and the occasional distant call of a bird or beast. Gandalf moved quietly, his senses attuned to every vibration, every scent, every subtle shift in the natural order. He observed with patience, knowing that even the smallest sign could indicate a larger pattern, that guidance and intervention were most effective when exercised in concert with the rhythms of the land and the choices of those inhabiting it. By the time the moon rose above the horizon, Gandalf had traced multiple threads of influence, catalogued signs of incipient danger, and intervened where necessary to align outcomes with a careful balance of consequence and foresight. He understood that his work, though invisible and often unacknowledged, was essential to the preservation of order and the safeguarding of hope. The Grey Wanderer bore the weight of vigilance, subtle intervention, and moral responsibility with quiet grace, aware that the currents of Middle-earth were complex, fragile, and endlessly intertwined. As he lifted his staff and prepared to move onward into the deeper forests, Gandalf reflected upon the principle guiding him, that knowledge, foresight, and patient influence were more enduring than force, and that the preservation of agency, dignity, and choice was itself a form of power. The path ahead remained uncertain, the shadow persistent, yet he carried with him the quiet certainty of one whose understanding of consequence, restraint, and subtle intervention shaped the very fabric of the world he traversed. The grey moved onward, silently threading through the night, attuned to the rhythms of the land, the currents of influence, and the interplay of hope and shadow, a presence both unseen and indispensable, shaping outcomes with patience, wisdom, and a vigilance born. The dawn arrived with a subtle hush, a quiet prelude that softened the edges of the world, filtering through the branches of the old forest, as if the trees themselves were breathing in contemplation. Gandalf the Grey moved along a winding track that cut through the dense undergrowth, staff in hand, cloak brushing the dewy ferns with every step. He walked with a deliberateness that was invisible to casual observers, yet each motion was purposeful, each glance attentive, each breath measured. The land around him was alive with minutiae, the gentle sway of spider silk across branches, the faint glimmer of dew on moss, the whisper of a brook winding unseen beneath fallen leaves. In these subtleties, Gandalf read the language of the world, the quiet signals that spoke of movement, intent, and the delicate balance of forces unseen. In the deeper recesses of the forest, a faint trace of smoke lingered, curling through the trees in thin, deliberate spirals. Gandalf paused, observing the patterns in its ascent, sensing the composition of herbs burned and the subtle vibration of intention embedded in the act. It was a minor ritual, likely performed by a hermit or a traveler, seeking guidance or protection, yet such acts never existed in isolation. Each left a trace, a slight alteration in the natural and metaphysical currents that Gandalf monitored with unerring attention. To overlook even the smallest inflection of energy could allow imbalance to grow unchecked, and so he catalogued, measured, and integrated these observations into the wider tapestry of unfolding events. He moved forward, mindful of the shifting light as morning deepened, and encountered a glade where wildflowers grew in quiet clusters, their petals brushed with frost. Here he paused again, noting the paths of animals, the subtle depressions in the soil, and the faint scratch marks upon tree bark. Each of these was a record, a signal of passage, of life, of survival, and Gandalf absorbed them in silence. The patterns told him stories of hunger, alliance, fear, and migration, the mundane intertwined seamlessly with the extraordinary. Even here, in what appeared to others a serene and unremarkable glade, the threads of consequence wove intricate networks, tracing the choices and movements of countless lives over time. As he pressed on, the forest opened onto a hill overlooking a distant valley, its meadows bathed in golden sunlight, the river glinting like silver ribbon through the land. Gandalf lingered on the ridge, observing the rhythm of the countryside. Farmers began their work, hobbits moved along familiar paths, and wildlife stirred with quiet deliberation. Each movement, though small, was part of a continuum, a delicate alignment of cause and effect that shaped both immediate outcomes and longer patterns he could perceive. The Grey's task was to note these alignments, to guide when necessary, to intercede with discretion, and to maintain equilibrium where imbalance threatened. A sudden sound of distress drew his attention, a cry carried on the breeze, faint yet distinct. Gandalf descended swiftly but silently, moving toward the source, with the same careful observation that governed all his actions. In a small copse, he found a young fawn trapped in a tangle of thorn and bramble, its legs trembling with fear and strain. Gandalf approached with deliberate calm, speaking softly to reassure the creature, hands moving with gentle precision to free it. The act was minor in the scope of Middle-earth, yet it exemplified his guiding principle. Intervention tempered by restraint, influence exercised subtly, and the preservation of life and agency without domination. The fawn fled once freed, disappearing into the forest, leaving behind only the faint trace of gratitude in the currents of living energy. Continuing his journey, Gandalf reached a small settlement near the valley floor, a cluster of cottages interspersed with gardens and pastures. The villagers were engaged in morning routines, tending to animals, drawing water from wells, and exchanging greetings that were simple yet meaningful. Gandalf observed the interactions with patient attention, noting signs of harmony and tension, the subtleties of hierarchy and collaboration, the ways in which fear, hope, and ambition influenced behavior. He approached a small group of children playing near a stream, subtly guiding their games to avoid harm, to instill a sense of cooperation and foresight, and to reinforce the lessons of cause and effect through experience rather than instruction. In the market square, he noticed a trader arguing with a weary traveller, voices raised not in anger, but in misunderstanding. Gandalf intervened quietly, posing a question that shifted perception, allowing the trader and traveller to reconsider positions without embarrassment or humiliation. In the simple recalibration of perspective, conflict was mitigated, and the natural flow of events remained intact. Such small acts were emblematic of his broader purpose, shaping outcomes in ways that preserved agency, while subtly guiding toward balance, influencing without dominating, correcting without coercion. He left the settlement as the sun climbed higher, moving toward a ridge that overlooked both the village and the surrounding woodlands. From this vantage, he could perceive the convergence of multiple currents, travelers moving along paths, smoke rising from distant chimneys, faint traces of magical residue in the air, and subtle shifts in the natural world, hinting at patterns of both harmony and tension. Gandalf traced these currents with care, cataloguing potential threats, opportunities, and alignments, and noting how each intersected with the others in a web of influence that extended far beyond the immediate landscape. The day deepened, and Gandalf's path led him to the ruins of an old watchtower, stones crumbling yet dignified, partially reclaimed by moss and ivy. Here, he paused to examine the remaining structure, noting the stability of its foundations, the presence of faint sigils etched into stones, and subtle patterns in the surrounding terrain. These remnants of the past held lessons for the present, indicators of prior vigilance, conflict, and oversight. Gandalf reflected on the importance of history, of legacy, and of understanding the choices of those who had come before, knowing that the echoes of past decisions resonated in the currents of present events, influencing outcomes in ways both visible and hidden. Within the ruins, he found traces of a recent campsite, a fire pit cold, but still holding faint embers, scattered supplies, and signs of hurried departure. Gandalf examined each detail with methodical attention, sensing the presence of travelers whose purpose might intersect with his own observations and interventions. The subtle alignment of evidence allowed him to anticipate movements, to infer intentions, and to determine where subtle guidance might preserve safety, balance, and agency. Even absent knowledge of all variables, he could calculate probability and trajectory, integrating insight into a larger pattern that he sought to maintain across Middle-earth. As the afternoon waned, Gandalf descended into a low valley, where the river's flow widened and the shadows lengthened. Here, the air carried a faint sense of unrest, a tension he could not ignore. He noted disturbances in animal behavior, minor erosion in the riverbanks, and small deviations in the patterns of travelers moving along distant paths. These signs, while individually minor, collectively indicated imbalance, subtle yet persistent, and Gandalf traced the thread with patience and precision, observing how even minor disruptions could escalate if left unchecked. He prepared to intervene, yet measured each step, ensuring that influence was applied in a manner that preserved autonomy, instilled understanding, and maintained equilibrium. A narrow copse ahead revealed a small encampment, a group of villagers who had been displaced by bandit activity, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty. Gandalf approached quietly, offering guidance in subtle increments, suggesting defensive positioning, advising on resource allocation and encouraging cooperation without ever imposing authority. The villagers responded with trust, born of the calm certainty he exuded, realigning their actions without coercion, their morale quietly bolstered by his presence. In this, Gandalf's methodology became apparent. Influence enacted through perception, counsel, and subtle intercession, shaping events while preserving agency, dignity, and choice. Evening approached, and Gandalf moved once more into the forests above the valley, observing as shadows lengthened and the air cooled. The rhythm of life persisted. Nocturnal creatures stirred. The wind whispered through trees, and distant streams reflected the pale light of the rising moon. Each element was a note in the greater symphony of the land, a series of signals and currents that he traced with unerring care. Knowledge, foresight, and subtle intervention were his instruments, tools that allowed him to shape outcomes without overt display, to guide without dominance, and to preserve equilibrium where shadow threatened imbalance. By nightfall, Gandalf reached the crest of a ridge overlooking the valley, the settlements below illuminated by moonlight and flickering lamps. He paused to observe, cataloguing the alignment of forces, the subtle interplay of influence and choice, and the currents of hope and fear that moved quietly through the landscape. The shadow from the east, though not yet fully manifest in overt action, remained perceptible in these tremors of tension, and Gandalf traced the threads with careful attention, preparing for the interventions that might be required as events unfolded. He settled beside a boulder, staff in hand, reflecting on the day's journey, the observations made, the subtle guidance offered, the interventions enacted, and the consequences preserved. Each act, though invisible to most, was part of a continuum, a deliberate shaping of circumstance that respected agency, preserved dignity, and maintained balance. Gandalf the Grey, as he had done countless times before, bore the weight of foresight, moral responsibility, and the quiet orchestration of events with patience and enduring care. As midnight descended and the first stars emerged, he traced the faint currents of the land once more, noting the alignment of natural and human activity, the traces of magic and ritual, and the subtle interplay of choice and consequence. The world around him moved in rhythms both seen and unseen, and Gandalf moved with it, quietly guiding, subtly influencing, and preserving equilibrium. The Grey Wanderer carried within him the weight of foresight, the discipline of restraint, and the enduring commitment to shaping outcomes with subtlety, wisdom, and patience. The night deepened, and Gandalf moved onward, threading through shadow and moonlight, attuned to the rhythms of the land, the currents of influence, and the interplay of hope and shadow. Each step was deliberate, each observation catalogued, each intervention measured. The path of the Grey was unending, a journey of quiet vigilance, subtle guidance, and patient orchestration, shaping Middle-earth through foresight, wisdom, and restraint, a presence unseen yet essential to the preservation of balance and the safeguarding of countless lives. The first light of dawn seeped through the mist that clung to the low hills, softening the outline of the trees and scattering the shadows that had lingered through the night. Gandalf the Grey moved along a narrow path, his staff steady in hand, each step deliberate against the damp earth. The forest was quiet, yet alive with subtle stirrings, the rustle of small animals in the undergrowth, the faint vibration of water coursing through hidden streams, and the whisper of wind threading through branches, carrying with it scents of soil, moss, and distant fire. Every detail was a message, a thread in the unseen weave of Middle-earth that Gandalf had learned to interpret with patience, precision, and the calm certainty of long experience. He paused at a bend in the path, observing faint tracks pressed into the soft soil. The footprints were irregular, some fresh, others older, and the pattern suggested a group moving cautiously, aware of possible danger, yet pressed by urgency. Gandalf crouched, tracing the impressions with a fingertip, sensing the intentions encoded in their weight and rhythm. These travelers, though unaware of his presence, were now a part of a larger pattern he was beginning to discern. Subtle alignments of choice and consequence, the small, almost invisible decisions that would ripple outward in ways unforeseen. He did not step forward immediately. He waited, allowing the currents to reveal themselves, understanding that premature action could distort the trajectory and obscure the true alignment of events. As the morning progressed, Gandalf emerged into a clearing, the sunlight falling in narrow beams between tall, slender trees. The air was crisp and carried a faint, metallic tang, suggesting movement along hidden paths or the presence of something long concealed. Gandalf's gaze traced the contour of the terrain, noting every depression, every stone out of place, every subtle variation in vegetation that indicated passage or disturbance. The forest, in its quiet wisdom, had recorded these events, and he read them as one might read a palimpsest of motion and intention. Each subtle sign carried implications, a layered history of choices and consequences waiting to be interpreted. Moving with careful deliberation, Gandalf followed the trail of disturbance, eventually arriving at a small brook that wound its way through the clearing. Here, the tracks converged, and he observed the water's movement, noting the slight deviations caused by recent passage, the faint traces of sediment carried downstream, and the ripple of current altered by unseen contact. Even these minute changes spoke to him of direction, purpose, and timing. To act in such a moment was to shape outcomes without force, to guide rather than coerce, and to preserve the natural alignment of consequence while redirecting events away from unintended peril. He paused beside the brook to consider the next steps, and his mind traced the intersecting threads of possibility. The travelers ahead moved cautiously, unaware of the subtle currents that surrounded them, currents of nature, of moral consequence, and of unseen power that Gandalf alone perceived. He understood that a single intervention could propagate ripples far beyond immediate perception, that the smallest suggestion or action might alter trajectories in ways both beneficial and dangerous. It was this calculus of foresight, this patient measurement of consequence, that defined his work as the Grey, the orchestration of events, the careful shaping of circumstance, and the preservation of free will and balance through quiet, deliberate action. Suddenly, a faint disturbance in the undergrowth drew his attention. A sort of movement too calculated to be animal, too fleeting to be accidental. Gandalf's senses sharpened, tracing the pattern of presence with the precision that came from centuries of observation. A figure emerged, cloaked and cautious, its steps deliberate yet uncertain. Gandalf did not reveal himself. He merely observed, cataloguing posture, gesture, and rhythm, discerning intent without confrontation. The figure paused, sensing perhaps the unseen awareness, and then continued, leaving behind only the faint impression of purpose and caution. Gandalf allowed the thread to continue unbroken, understanding that patience often carried more efficacy than immediate action. By mid-morning, he had reached a hillside overlooking a small hamlet, its cottages nestled between fields and hedgerows, smoke rising faintly from chimneys in the crisp air. Gandalf descended, moving among the villagers with the same subtle guidance that had become his practice. A word here, a gesture there, a quiet suggestion that allowed agency to remain intact while shaping outcomes. Children played near a well, and he adjusted their game with gentle influence, teaching, without force, the principles of cooperation, patience, and foresight. Farmers moved about their tasks, and Gandalf's presence, though unobtrusive, subtly encouraged vigilance, prudence, and care in the choices they made. In the market he noticed a trader whose wares were scattered unevenly, the potential for theft or loss evident. Gandalf intervened quietly, suggesting a reorganization through a subtle question that shifted perception, leaving the trader to discover the solution without external imposition. These small adjustments, imperceptible to most, were the mechanism by which he maintained balance and mitigated risk. Influence, in Gandalf's practice, was always exercised with discretion, preserving autonomy while aligning outcomes with a larger moral and practical equilibrium. As the sun climbed higher, Gandalf left the hamlet and moved toward the wooded slopes beyond, aware of the undercurrents of activity in the broader landscape. There were signs of movement along hidden paths, subtle disturbances in the soil, the faint scent of herbs and smoke, and the distant echoes of voices carried on the wind. Each signal was a thread to be traced, a story partially written, a potential for consequence waiting to unfold. Gandalf read these with patient precision, mapping patterns that would allow him to guide events while preserving the agency of those involved, and maintaining the balance of natural and moral order. He paused near a stream that curved through a shaded glade, reflecting the dappled light of the forest. Here, he considered the principles of alignment and restraint, the careful calibration of intervention, and the subtle orchestration of events that defined his stewardship. Even a single word, a glance, or the placement of a hand could initiate consequences far beyond immediate perception. Gandalf's awareness of these currents, his understanding of balance, and his capacity for subtle guidance were the instruments by which he preserved both safety and freedom, influence and integrity within the unfolding narrative of Middle-earth. A rustle of leaves drew his attention to a young ranger who had lost his way, evident in his hesitant movements and anxious glance. Gandalf approached without haste, offering counsel through questions that prompted reflection, adjustment, and initiative, rather than through command or direct intervention. The ranger's confidence grew with each suggestion, his path clarified through insight rather than direction. In this quiet mentorship, Gandalf preserved the integrity of choice while subtly guiding towards safety and prudence, demonstrating once more that influence exercised with patience, discretion, and respect was more enduring than authority enforced through force. The afternoon sun began its descent as Gandalf continued along the ridges and glades, observing the interplay of natural forces, human activity, and the subtle signs of magic or ritual that occasionally punctuated the landscape. Stones marked with faint runes, clusters of herbs arranged with deliberate care, and signs of recent encampments were all noted and integrated into his understanding of the broader currents of cause and consequence. Each observation reinforced the necessity of restraint, foresight, and measured action, reminding him that the work of preservation required both insight and patience, subtlety and timing. Eventually, he reached the ruins of an ancient watchtower, partially reclaimed by moss and ivy, standing as a sentinel over a valley, now calm and seemingly ordinary. Gandalf examined the stones, noting signs of both deliberate construction and natural erosion. The layering of history embedded in the structure's remains. He traced faint traces of past activity, cataloguing evidence of movement, ritual, and intention, understanding that even long-abandoned sites carried echoes that could influence present and future events. Each observation added depth to his awareness, allowing him to anticipate potential outcomes and to prepare subtle interventions if necessary. As evening approached, Gandalf moved to the edge of the valley, where the light softened and shadows lengthened across fields and forests. The wind carried the distant scent of smoke, the sound of animals preparing for night, and the quiet murmur of streams reflecting the dying light. Here, the interplay of natural rhythm, human activity, and unseen forces became particularly pronounced. Gandalf paused, sensing the alignment of currents, tracing the patterns of cause and effect, and considering the interventions that might be required to preserve balance. Even the smallest decision could propagate ripples far beyond immediate perception, and he bore this responsibility with quiet attentiveness. Night fell, and Gandalf ascended a ridge that overlooked both forest and settlement, observing the land bathed in silver light. He catalogued the subtle interplay of forces, noting the alignment of paths, the faint traces of magic, the oscillations of natural rhythm, and the nuanced decisions of those he had observed or guided throughout the day. His role, as always, was to act where necessary, to guide where prudent, and to preserve equilibrium where imbalance threatened. Each intervention was subtle, measured, and deliberate, ensuring that influence remained invisible yet effective, preserving agency while mitigating risk. By midnight, the grey wanderer had positioned himself atop a gentle rise, staff in hand, cloaked in quiet vigilance. The world beneath him moved in patterns both visible and hidden, currents of hope and fear, agency and consequence, unfolding according to the choices of countless beings and the subtle manipulations of unseen forces. Gandalf observed, catalogued, and prepared to intervene if necessary, ever mindful of the principle that true influence is exercised without domination, shaping outcomes while preserving autonomy and dignity. In the silence of the forested ridge, he reflected upon the alignment of the day's threads, the subtle guidance offered, the interventions enacted, and the currents of possibility that now stretched ahead. The shadow from the east, persistent yet restrained, remained a constant presence, its influence discernible in tremors of tension, the minor disturbances of nature, and the quiet apprehension of those who traversed the land. Gandalf traced these threads with careful attention, ensuring that each action, each observation, and each subtle guidance contributed to the preservation of balance and the mitigation of unintended consequence. As the first hints of dawn crept over the horizon, Gandalf moved once more, threading between shadow and moonlight, attuned to the rhythms of the land, the currents of influence, and the interplay of light and dark. His steps were measured, deliberate, and quiet. His gaze traced the unseen alignments that shaped Middle-earth. Each choice, each observation, each subtle action was a part of the continuum that he preserved, a testament to the enduring principles of foresight, restraint, and subtle guidance. The grey wanderer, vigilant and patient, continued his journey, shaping the tapestry of consequence with wisdom, discretion, and quiet authority, preparing for the days and challenges that lay ahead. The dawn mist lay heavy in the valleys, softening the contours of hills and forests, and cloaking the land in a quiet, contemplative hush. Gandalf the Grey moved along a narrow ridge that overlooked the converging rivers below, his staff tapping a gentle rhythm against the dew-slick stones. The forest beneath him was alive with subtle movement, the flash of a bird in flight, the glimmer of a fox slipping silently through underbrush, the murmur of water threading its way past mossy rocks. Each sound, each shadow, each ripple carried meaning, and Gandalf, attuned to the world's delicate language, catalogued them with meticulous attention, perceiving currents invisible to most. He paused near an ancient oak, its twisted branches forming natural arches that filtered the rising sun into latticed patterns upon the ground. The base of the tree bore signs of passage, faint impressions of feet, the scrape of a branch against bark, and the ghost of a sigil etched into the wood and now partially hidden by moss. Gandalf knelt, tracing the lines with a careful fingertip, feeling the residual echo of intention embedded in the fibers. Such traces, minor though they appeared, spoke of awareness, purpose, and the interweaving of mortal action with forces beyond ordinary perception. He catalogued them in silence, understanding that even the smallest act of will left ripples that could shape the future in unforeseen ways. Moving onward, Gandalf came to a clearing where the grass was flattened in irregular patterns. The signs suggested both recent habitation and rapid departure, evidence of travelers moving in haste. He crouched, observing the pattern of impressions, noting the angles and depth of each step. The subtle deviations in the ground told him much: the fear and urgency of the travelers, the presence of possible pursuers, and the alignment of their movements with unseen currents of consequence. Gandalf reflected on the principle that had guided him for decades, that careful observation, paired with subtle intervention, could preserve life and choice without imposing domination. The measure of true influence was discretion, patience, and timing, applied with a steady hand and a quiet mind. From the clearing, a faint sound reached him, carried on the wind, a low murmur, almost imperceptible, yet distinct to one attuned. Gandalf shifted, moving silently through the undergrowth toward the source, senses extending into the space around him. The murmuring became clearer, voices in negotiation, cautious and measured, weaving through the forest with awareness of unseen listeners. Gandalf remained concealed, noting the subtle gestures, pauses, and inflections. Each utterance, each hesitation, was a piece of a larger mechanism, a minor gear in the machinery of consequence that would later echo far beyond the immediate scene. As the morning deepened, Gandalf followed the threads of the conversation to a small stream, its waters glinting in the sunlight, winding through moss-covered stones and fallen leaves. Here, two figures knelt, arranging supplies with methodical care, speaking in hushed tones about paths, timing, and the potential for danger. Gandalf observed the alignment of their movements, the careful balance of urgency and restraint, and the subtle indicators of trust, doubt, and strategy. He considered whether intervention was required. Often, guidance was more effective when delivered indirectly, allowing choice to remain with those involved, preserving their agency, while subtly shaping outcomes. He stepped into a shallow depression, carefully brushing leaves from a stone to reveal a faint rune, half eroded and yet imbued with a faint residual power. Gandalf knelt to study it, sensing the flow of energy through the carved lines and the implications for those who had passed through this space. The rune was minor, yet its presence suggested both knowledge and intention, a layering of effort across time that intersected with current currents. Gandalf catalogued this quietly, integrating it into his understanding of unfolding events. Knowledge without application was inert. Applied subtly, it guided choices and preserved balance. The travelers, unaware of his presence, eventually rose and continued along a narrow path that led toward a ridge above the valley. Gandalf followed at a distance, noting every footfall, every glance, every adjustment in movement that signaled their awareness of potential danger. The wind shifted occasionally, carrying scents of herbs, smoke, and distant campfires, each a subtle marker of presence and potential consequence. Gandalf traced these signs with patience, understanding that the alignment of intention and environment determined outcomes often more decisively than force. Subtle shifts in perception, small gestures of influence, could redirect currents of action without ever alerting those involved to the shaping hand. By midday, Gandalf reached a small copse atop the ridge, the sun filtering through interlaced branches and casting a mosaic of light upon the ground. Here, he paused to drink from a crystal-clear stream, the cool water flowing over his hands and staff, grounding him in the present while his mind traced the broader patterns of cause and consequence. The currents of action across the valley below, the traces of ritual and habit embedded in landscape and village, and the subtle alignments of traveler and forest converged in a tapestry of possibility. Gandalf reflected on the principle that guided him, that influence exercised with restraint, wisdom, and subtlety was more enduring than dominance, preserving choice while steering toward outcomes aligned with balance and foresight. As he ascended from the copse, a figure emerged from the trees ahead, cautious yet determined. Gandalf observed silently, noting posture, gaze, and gesture, discerning the alignment of intention and awareness. The figure paused, sensing perhaps the unseen attention, and then continued, leaving only a faint disturbance in the undergrowth. Gandalf allowed the presence to move unobserved, cataloguing the effect without immediate interference. Often, the greatest influence was the one that allowed motion to unfold naturally, guiding only when imbalance threatened, steering lightly yet decisively where necessary. He continued along a ridge overlooking a glimmering river below, sunlight reflecting off the water in fractured patterns. The land bore traces of both natural flow and human activity. Paths winding across hillsides, small structures partially reclaimed by moss, and subtle disturbances in soil and foliage that indicated both intentional and accidental passage. Gandalf catalogued these, noting intersections, divergences, and areas where alignment with larger currents might be preserved or restored. Observation, he understood, was as potent a tool as intervention. Foresight without action left opportunity unclaimed, yet action without foresight could fracture equilibrium. In the early afternoon, he encountered a small group of villagers repairing a broken bridge, their efforts hesitant and disorganized. Gandalf approached quietly, offering counsel through questions and subtle gestures rather than directive instruction. The villagers adjusted their work with renewed efficiency, coordination arising naturally as they discovered solutions through insight rather than command. In this, Gandalf enacted the principle that guided his presence: influence exercised subtly, preserving autonomy, instilling understanding, and shaping outcomes in alignment with broader balance. The work, though minor, echoed across the valley in both practical and moral consequence. From the ridge, Gandalf observed the broader pattern of motion: travelers moving along paths, smoke drifting from hearths, streams reflecting light, and the faint tremors of anticipation or fear in both human and animal activity. He traced these currents with careful attention, cataloguing intersections and potential points of imbalance. Even subtle misalignments could cascade, producing consequences disproportionate to their initial cause. Gandalf's interventions, therefore, were always measured, applied with restraint, and designed to preserve dignity, choice, and equilibrium while mitigating risk and guiding outcomes toward sustainable harmony. As the sun began its descent, the air cooling and shadows lengthening, Gandalf descended toward a lower forested area, where faint signs of previous habitation remained. Stones were etched with runes, small clearings suggested ritual activity, and subtle disturbances in vegetation indicated passage of both travelers and creatures. Gandalf traced these signs, integrating them into his understanding of the interplay of human and natural currents, ritual and consequence. His awareness extended beyond immediate perception, capturing subtle flows of energy and intention that shaped events in ways invisible to most. He paused at a glade where sunlight struck in narrow columns, illuminating the remains of a minor ritual: arranged herbs, a small stone circle, and the faint residue of smoke. Gandalf knelt to examine each element, sensing the alignment of intention, timing, and energy. Though the act appeared minor, its echoes were significant, affecting the flow of choice, risk, and consequence in the surrounding area. Gandalf catalogued the information, considering the subtle adjustments required to maintain equilibrium and preserve the integrity of both human and natural actors in the unfolding narrative of the land. Evening settled over the valley, and Gandalf moved along a ridge that offered a vantage of both forest and settlement below. The interplay of light and shadow, wind and water, human activity and animal movement revealed patterns of both harmony and tension. Gandalf observed silently, cataloguing each element, noting intersections, divergences, and potential points of imbalance. His presence was unseen yet consequential, shaping outcomes subtly, preserving agency, and maintaining alignment with moral and natural order. Each choice, each observation, each quiet intervention was part of a continuum, a tapestry woven with patience, foresight, and restraint. By nightfall he had positioned himself atop a gentle rise, staff in hand, cloaked in quiet vigilance. The moon rose slowly, silver light illuminating valleys and forests, rivers and pathways. Gandalf traced the subtle currents of consequence the alignment of intention and motion, the interplay of fear and hope, and the threads of human and natural activity. The shadow from the east, though restrained, remained a persistent presence, detectable in tremors of tension, slight disruptions in natural and human flow, and faint tremors of unease in both mortal and magical currents. Gandalf observed, catalogued, and prepared, aware that subtle guidance applied at the right moment could preserve equilibrium, mitigate risk, and shape outcomes without dominating those involved. As midnight deepened, Gandalf moved once more through the forested ridge, threading between shadow and moonlight, attuned to the rhythms of the land, the currents of influence, and the quiet interplay of light and dark. Each step was deliberate, each observation meticulous, each intervention measured. He carried the weight of foresight, patience, and subtle guidance, shaping the tapestry of Middle-earth with restraint, wisdom, and quiet authority. The Grey Wanderer continued his journey, ever vigilant, ever discerning, and ever ready to intervene in ways that preserved balance, dignity, and choice across the unfolding landscape. The forest exhaled in the pale light of early morning, mist curling between the trunks like breath, softening edges and lending the world a quiet, contemplative hush. Gandalf the Grey moved along a winding track, his staff tapping gently against stones, moss, and roots, with a rhythm that mirrored the forest's own subtle pulse. Every step was deliberate, every glance absorbing detail. The delicate curve of a fern, the sheen of dew on moss, the faint impressions left by the passage of creatures both mortal and unseen. Gandalf's mind catalogued, weighed, and traced each motion, aware that the smallest disturbance could propagate ripples far beyond the immediate perception. As he advanced, a faint scent reached him. Smoke, herbal and acrid, mingled with the damp tang of earth. He paused, lifting his gaze to trace its origin through the thinning mist. There, in a small clearing, the outline of a hearth flickered, the remains of a ritual barely extinguished. Gandalf approached with measured caution, reading the subtle markers of intent embedded in arrangement and residue. The placement of stones, the lines of ash, and the faint traces of herbs spoke of a careful hand, of someone seeking guidance, protection, or perhaps communion with forces they scarcely understood. Each element left an imprint not merely on the land, but on the invisible currents of consequence that Gandalf alone perceived. He knelt to examine the site, fingers tracing the faint sigils etched in stone and charcoal, feeling the lingering hum of intention that remained. Even small rituals, he knew, carried resonance, tiny adjustments in energy and perception that could amplify or diminish the course of events in unforeseen ways. Gandalf's mind catalogued, analyzing potential effects, tracing the trajectories of choice, action, and consequence. To interfere was not always necessary. Observations alone could shape understanding, and understanding informed the subtle interventions that might be required in time. Beyond the clearing, the track led to a ridge that overlooked a valley, bathed in the growing warmth of morning sun. The river below glimmered like a silver thread, winding through fields and scattered settlements. Gandalf's eyes traced the movements within, farmers tending crops, children wandering paths, livestock shifting through pastures, and travelers threading along trails that intersected with hidden streams. Each motion carried intent, desire, and consequence. Even the most mundane act could ripple outward, and Gandalf's role was to perceive these ripples, trace their alignment, and when necessary, guide them with subtlety and restraint. The sound of hurried movement drew his attention. Voices, low and cautious, speaking in hurried syllables that betrayed anxiety. Gandalf followed the echoes through undergrowth, observing a small group negotiating a makeshift camp. Their eyes darted constantly, hands shifting supplies, movements careful and calculated. The grey remained concealed, cataloguing the rhythm of their interaction, the positioning of each individual, the alignment of intention. Such observation allowed him to anticipate choices, assess potential outcomes, and prepare interventions that would preserve safety, agency, and the natural flow of consequence. A faint rustle to his left suggested another presence, lighter, swifter, almost imperceptible. Gandalf adjusted his stance, senses extending into the space around him. The movement resolved into a solitary figure, stepping carefully among roots and rocks, cautious yet determined. Gandalf did not reveal himself. He only observed, noting posture, gaze, and trajectory. The figure paused, sensing perhaps the unseen awareness, and then moved onward. Such minor encounters, seemingly trivial, were threads in the vast tapestry of motion and intention that Gandalf traced, each bearing subtle weight in the unfolding continuum. By midday, Gandalf arrived at a small clearing, dominated by a ring of weathered stones, remnants of a long-forgotten structure, partially reclaimed by moss and ivy. The arrangement suggested both ritual significance and practical function, a layering of human effort and natural reclamation. Gandalf examined the stones carefully, noting subtle alignments, erosion patterns, and residual traces of power. Even in ruins, intent lingered, purpose left an echo. Gandalf catalogued each element, integrating these observations into his larger understanding of the patterns of influence, cause, and consequence that shaped the surrounding lands. From the ridge above, the valley below revealed traces of human and animal movement, paths winding through forests, faint impressions in fields, the glimmer of water reflecting sunlight, and the subtle displacements of earth that indicated recent passage. Gandalf's attention absorbed all, recognizing intersections and divergences, noting where alignment faltered and where balance persisted. Each detail, though imperceptible to most, held significance, a gesture of choice, a deviation from expected motion, a potential for risk or resolution. The Grey understood that foresight, observation, and subtle intervention were the instruments by which equilibrium could be maintained without imposition. As afternoon light softened into the warm hues of late day, Gandalf encountered a small settlement perched along the edge of the river. Villagers moved in quiet routines, attending crops, animals, and daily chores. Gandalf's presence was unobtrusive, yet his influence, subtle and measured, guided action where misalignment or risk emerged. A child stumbled near the water's edge, and Gandalf's voice, calm and soft, drew attention just enough to avert harm. A farmer, unaware of the shifting weight of a precarious load, adjusted instinctively when Gandalf's hand brushed against his path. Intervention, when necessary, was delivered with precision, preserving autonomy while safeguarding equilibrium. He paused near a market space where merchants arranged goods, noting the flow of movement, the subtle tension between vendor and customer, and the patterns of exchange. Gandalf's guidance came through questions rather than commands, a gentle redirection of perception that allowed the individuals themselves to recalibrate, align priorities, and resolve potential conflict. Influence, in his practice, was a quiet art, enacted without force, preserving choice and dignity while shaping outcomes toward stability and foresight. From the village, Gandalf traced the trails leading into the surrounding forests, noting the subtle shifts of earth, disturbed foliage, and traces of magical residue. Paths intersected and diverged, and travelers moved with varying degrees of awareness. Gandalf observed patiently, understanding that timing, alignment, and perception determined outcome as much as action itself. Intervention, if required, would be precise, subtle, and measured, guided by the principle that true influence preserves agency while shaping consequence. By late afternoon, he reached a glade where sunlight struck in narrow shafts through the canopy, illuminating the remnants of minor rituals, arrangements of stones, traces of herbs, and faint smoke residue. Gandalf knelt to examine the site, sensing the echo of intention in each placement. Even small acts carried weight. They altered currents of perception, shifted alignment, and left traces that could magnify or diminish consequences downstream. Gandalf catalogued each element, tracing the interplay of choice, intention, and ripple effect, aware that understanding these flows allowed him to intervene subtly when necessary, preserving both integrity and balance. As dusk approached, Gandalf moved to a hillside overlooking the river's widening curve. Shadows lengthened, and the silver of the water caught the last rays of light. He observed the patterns of motion across the valley, travelers moving along paths, animals retreating to shelter, smoke rising from hearths, and the subtle tremors of fear and anticipation carried in both human and animal presence. Each motion, each decision, each reaction was a thread in the broader tapestry of consequence. Gandalf traced these currents, noting intersections, divergences, and points of tension that could escalate without subtle guidance. A faint sound, almost imperceptible, drew Gandalf's attention. It was a whisper of movement, a shift in the undergrowth that suggested both caution and purpose. Gandalf approached carefully, identifying a lone traveler moving with measured caution. He remained unseen, observing posture, gaze, and rhythm, discerning intent and awareness. The traveler paused, sensing perhaps the unseen presence, and continued onward, leaving only the faintest imprint upon the forest floor. Gandalf recorded this movement, aware that even minor actions could propagate consequences, shifting alignment subtly across time and space. Nightfall descended, draping the valley in shadow and silver moonlight. Gandalf ascended a gentle rise, staff in hand, observing the alignment of natural and human activity below. The wind carried faint scents of smoke, herbs, and distant fires, each a subtle marker of presence, intention, and consequence. Streams reflected the pale glow of the moon, animals stirred, and distant paths bore the passage of travelers, yet unaware of the subtle orchestration guiding the flows around them. Gandalf traced each thread with patience, noting where intervention might be necessary, and where restraint would preserve balance. Seated on a moss-covered rock, Gandalf surveyed the valley, integrating hours of observation into a coherent understanding of current alignments, misalignments, and potential risks. His presence, though unseen, shaped outcomes through subtle guidance, gentle suggestion, and patient orchestration. Even as shadows deepened and the world quieted, the currents of choice, action, and consequence persisted, interweaving the fates of the many who traversed this land. Gandalf's vigilance ensured that balance could endure, that autonomy could be preserved, and that the intricate web of life and intention remained resilient against shadow and disturbance. The night deepened, stars emerging through gaps in the canopy, pale and distant. Gandalf remained atop the rise, tracing currents of intention, movement, and consequence, attuned to subtle tremors of imbalance, subtle traces of magic, and the interwoven actions of mortal and natural forces alike. Each observation informed potential interventions, each alignment noted for future guidance, and each disturbance catalogued for its effect on the broader tapestry of Middle-earth. Patience, subtlety, and foresight were the instruments by which he preserved balance, shaping outcomes without domination and guiding events without imposing authority. By the first hours of night, Gandalf moved once more along the ridge, threading between shadow and moonlight. His staff struck softly against stone and root, echoing a rhythm in harmony with the quiet pulse of the land. Currents of influence, subtle and persistent, moved around him. The alignment of intention, the cascade of choice, the oscillation of hope and fear. Gandalf followed them, cataloguing, adjusting, and preparing interventions that preserved dignity, autonomy, and equilibrium. The Grey Wanderer, vigilant and patient, continued his journey, ensuring that the threads of action, consequence, and intention were traced, guided, and maintained in delicate balance, a quiet guardian of the subtle orchestration that kept the world aligned. The air was still in the valley below, as the first pale tendrils of dawn crept over the distant hills, brushing treetops and streams with a soft, silver light. Gandalf the Grey stood on a moss-lined ridge, staff in hand, surveying the convergence of paths, settlements, and rivers that shaped the land beneath him. The mist clung to the forest floor, curling around roots and rocks, softening the outlines of both natural and human patterns. Gandalf's gaze traced the subtle disturbances, footprints in soft soil, the bend of grasses, the faint shift of stones, the glimmer of water reflecting the awakening light. Each of these signals carried meaning, an imprint of intent and motion that he catalogued with the careful patience honed over centuries of observation. From the ridge, he discerned the patterns of travel converging toward a distant settlement, a village nestled between the river and a gentle rise of hills. The faint traces of wagons, animal hooves, and hurried footsteps suggested urgency and apprehension. Gandalf moved along a narrow, winding path, stepping lightly on moss-covered rocks, roots, and damp earth, careful to leave no trace of his presence. He observed the alignment of motion and intention, tracing the currents of cause and consequence that flowed invisibly around the valley. Even the slightest deviation could propagate effects far beyond immediate perception, and Gandalf's task was to anticipate, guide, and preserve balance without dominance or coercion. Approaching the river bank, he noted the residual traces of recent crossings, the slight disturbance of the soil, the sheen of mud on stones, and the subtle shift of reeds that suggested weight, pace, and direction. Gandalf crouched to examine the tracks, fingers brushing the impressions, reading the rhythm and intention embedded within. These were travelers aware of potential danger, cautious yet driven, and their alignment with surrounding currents was delicate, poised between action and reaction. He catalogued the evidence, weighing potential outcomes, anticipating needs for intervention or restraint. A soft sound drew his attention. A voice carried faintly on the morning breeze, careful and low, speaking words of instruction and caution. Gandalf adjusted his path, tracing the source through underbrush and between trunks. There, a small group moved along the riverbank, arranging supplies, coordinating passage, and maintaining vigilance against unseen threats. Gandalf observed without revealing himself, noting posture, gesture, and glance, each revealing intent, concern, and alignment. Even in this brief moment of observation, he discerned the subtle dynamics shaping their decisions, the ripple of consequence that would follow each step, and the points where gentle guidance might avert misalignment or danger. By mid-morning, he reached a narrow ford where the river split around a small island. Stones and shallow currents created a natural crossing, and Gandalf crouched to analyze the water's flow, noting the eddies, submerged rocks, and subtle shifts in current that would affect any traveler attempting passage. The group he had observed earlier approached cautiously, testing stones and gauging depth. Gandalf stepped lightly, adjusting a small branch just enough to redirect a footfall away from a slick stone, imperceptible to those crossing, but capable of averting misstep. Intervention, subtle and unobserved, preserved autonomy while shaping outcomes, ensuring that cause and consequence remained aligned with balance rather than chaos. After crossing, he followed a hidden trail leading into the thicker forest beyond the river. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting lattices of light and shadow across moss and fallen leaves. Gandalf moved deliberately, tracing minor disturbances in vegetation, the subtle scent of herbs, and faint residual magic, integrating each observation into his growing awareness of currents and alignments. Paths intersected and diverged, and travelers moved with varying degrees of awareness, each decision contributing to the web of potential outcomes. Gandalf considered where subtle guidance might preserve safety, nurture foresight, and maintain equilibrium, understanding that even minor intervention could echo across the landscape. In the forest, he encountered a faint trace of an old encampment, a circle of stones partially reclaimed by moss, flattened grass suggesting temporary shelter, and faint ash from a ritual fire long extinguished. Gandalf knelt, sensing the residual hum of intent and effort, cataloguing each element for its influence on the current alignment of the land and its travelers. Even long-forgotten activity left ripples, subtle but significant, and Gandalf integrated these into his understanding, considering how they might affect present currents of choice, perception, and consequence. Moving through the undergrowth, Gandalf's attention caught a soft flicker of movement, almost imperceptible, yet distinct against the dappled sunlight. A solitary figure emerged cautiously from behind a thicket, glancing repeatedly toward the river and ridge. Gandalf observed silently, noting posture, hesitation, and intention. The figure paused, then shifted direction, adjusting pace and alignment, unaware of the unseen eyes tracing each step. Gandalf catalogued these movements, considering the impact upon the broader alignment of currents, the unfolding interaction between intention, choice, and consequence. Often, the smallest motion carried weight far beyond immediate perception, and Gandalf's awareness allowed him to preserve balance while minimizing disruption. By afternoon, he emerged into a glade where sunlight struck in angled columns through the trees. The forest floor was dotted with herbs, stones, and traces of ritual. A circle partially concealed by fallen branches, faint scorch marks from a minor fire, and residue of incense that lingered faintly in the air. Gandalf crouched to examine each element, sensing the interplay of intention, action, and consequence encoded in their arrangement. Even minor rituals, he knew, influenced currents both visible and subtle, shifting perception, attention, and alignment. Cataloguing these traces allowed him to anticipate ripple effects, guiding interventions in ways that preserved agency, while maintaining equilibrium. From the glade, the forest opened toward a gentle slope leading into a broader valley. Gandalf observed movement, travelers progressing along narrow paths, streams reflecting the shifting light, animals retreating to shelter, and distant smoke rising from hidden hearths. Currents of motion, choice, and consequence intertwined, forming patterns visible only to those attuned to their rhythms. Gandalf traced these threads, noting intersections and divergences, assessing where alignment was strong, where risk emerged, and where subtle guidance might preserve safety, integrity, and balance without overt interference. He paused near a small clearing dominated by a weathered stone circle, remnants of ancient construction partially overgrown by moss and ivy. Gandalf examined the stones carefully, noting erosion patterns, residual traces of power, and alignment with the surrounding terrain. Even in ruins, the placement carried meaning, intention layered upon intention, echoing across time to influence perception, action, and consequence in subtle ways. Gandalf catalogued the elements, integrating them into his broader understanding of currents and alignments, aware that awareness alone often shaped outcomes as effectively as intervention. As evening approached, the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the valley. Gandalf ascended a ridge overlooking the convergence of river and paths below, observing patterns of movement, travelers navigating trails, animals returning to shelter, and distant smoke curling toward the sky. Each act, each choice, each gesture formed threads in the larger tapestry, and Gandalf traced them with patient precision. Minor deviations, uncorrected, could propagate disruption. Subtle guidance, applied with discretion, preserved alignment, foresight, and balance. The Grey Wanderer understood that true influence required patience, observation, and restraint, shaping outcomes invisibly yet effectively. A faint sound carried on the evening breeze, voices, low and cautious, negotiating passage through the forest. Gandalf moved silently towards the source, tracing the voices through trees, undergrowth, and shadow. There, a small group coordinated supplies, deliberated on paths, and weighed risk against necessity. Gandalf observed, noting posture, gestures, and glances, discerning intent and alignment with larger currents. He allowed them to continue unobserved, cataloguing potential misalignments and preparing subtle interventions that might preserve safety, agency, and equilibrium when necessary. Night settled across the valley, draping hills and streams in shadow and silver moonlight. Gandalf ascended a gentle rise, staff in hand, and observed the interplay of natural and human movement below. Streams reflected the pale glow of the moon. Animals stirred cautiously. Travelers followed hidden trails with wary awareness. Gandalf traced these currents, noting potential points of tension, divergence, and imbalance. Even imperceptible shifts in motion, choice, or intention could cascade across space and time. His task was to observe, guide, and preserve, exercising influence with restraint, patience, and foresight, aligning outcomes without domination. By midnight, Gandalf remained atop the ridge, attuned to the rhythm of the valley, the subtle interplay of action and consequence, and the faint tremors of apprehension or hope. Every motion, every gesture, every ripple of intention was catalogued and traced. He anticipated where subtle guidance might avert misalignment, where restraint preserved agency, and where intervention might sustain equilibrium without revealing itself. The Grey Wanderer's vigilance ensured that the invisible currents shaping the lives of mortals, animals, and the land itself continued in alignment, maintaining harmony while navigating the undercurrents of risk and consequence. The forest whispered in the night, carrying scents, echoes, and tremors that only an attuned observer could fully perceive. Gandalf moved along the ridge, threading between shadow and moonlight, attuned to the intricate patterns of motion, intention, and consequence that shaped the valley below. Each step was deliberate, each observation meticulous, each subtle intervention precisely measured. Through patience, subtlety, and foresight, he maintained the integrity of choice while guiding outcomes toward balance, ensuring that the intricate tapestry of Middle-earth's living currents remained resilient against unseen forces and the quiet encroachment of shadow. The night deepened, stars emerging in the clear sky above, distant and watchful. Gandalf lingered on the ridge, staff in hand, cataloguing the alignments, misalignments, and subtle tremors of influence that rippled through forest, river, and valley. Every minor trace, every echo of intention, every choice carried resonance. Gandalf's presence, quiet yet perceptive, ensured that the subtle orchestration of events remained intact. He observed, recorded, and, when necessary, would act with discretion, preserving autonomy, balance, and the delicate alignment of consequence that sustained the broader world. With the moon high, silvering the land in its gentle glow, Gandalf moved once more through the forested ridge, stepping softly over roots and moss, tracing currents of influence, intention, and motion. Streams shimmered, animals shifted in hidden burrows, and travelers advanced cautiously along shadowed trails, their choices rippling outward in ways imperceptible yet potent. Gandalf's vigilance was both quiet and exacting, a constant calibration of observation, patience, and subtle intervention. The Grey Wanderer continued, guiding, preserving, and aligning, ensuring that the threads of action, consequence, and intention were maintained in delicate equilibrium, shaping the unfolding night without force or disruption. The pre-dawn light filtered through the dense canopy, softening the contours of the forest floor and lending a muted clarity to the world beneath the trees. Gandalf the Grey moved quietly along a winding path, the dew clinging to his robes and staff, dampening the soft taps of each deliberate step. The air carried faint scents of moss, earth, and lingering smoke from distant hearths, blending into a subtle symphony that the Grey Wanderer read as easily as any map. Every movement, every rustle, every glimmer of light across leaves or stone held meaning. The forest itself whispered of currents and alignments, of paths converging and diverging, and of consequences that reached far beyond the immediate moment. He paused near a narrow stream, its waters glinting with the reflection of the waking sky, and knelt to study the subtle disturbances along. its banks. Footprints traced erratic paths, some deep with urgency, others light and hesitant, suggesting both haste and caution. Gandalf traced the impressions with careful fingers, noting patterns of intent embedded in the mud and sand. These travelers were aware of potential danger, he surmised, yet their movements carried the hesitancy of uncertainty, a mixture of determination and doubt that would influence outcomes as much as their choice of path. The Grey catalogued the evidence, preparing his mind to anticipate ripple effects and, if necessary, guide them with discretion. Beyond the stream, a narrow glade opened, sunlight filtering in delicate lattices across moss and fallen leaves. Gandalf moved slowly, noting the arrangement of stones and the subtle signs of prior occupation. A flattened patch of grass, the faint residue of ritual smoke, the imprint of a small fire pit. Even seemingly trivial acts of presence left an echo, shaping currents of perception, intention, and consequence. Gandalf's attention to these traces was meticulous, integrating them into his broader understanding of the interactions between mortal travelers, the land, and the subtle alignments of unseen forces. Knowledge alone was insufficient. Awareness allowed precise intervention, preserving balance without disruption. A sudden movement to his left drew Gandalf's focus. A lone figure threading through the undergrowth, cautious and deliberate. The Grey remained concealed, observing posture, gaze, and rhythm, discerning intent and alignment. The traveler paused, adjusting direction and pace, responding to subtle markers of risk or opportunity embedded in the environment. Gandalf catalogued each motion, recognizing that even a minor adjustment in trajectory could ripple outward, affecting other travelers, animals, and the flow of natural currents. Influence, when applied with restraint, was invisible yet potent, shaping outcomes without coercion or intrusion. By mid-morning, Gandalf reached a clearing, dominated by the remnants of an ancient stone structure, partially reclaimed by moss, ivy, and wind. The arrangement of stones suggested both functional and ritual significance, layered over generations of attention and abandonment. Gandalf examined each carefully, sensing faint residual energy, the lingering echo of past intention, and the subtle alignment of natural and human forces. Even in decay, the placement of each stone carried weight, a marker of presence, a point of interaction, a node in the web of consequence. Cataloguing these elements allowed Gandalf to anticipate how the past intersected with the present, where subtle guidance might maintain equilibrium, and where restraint would allow the natural flow of events to continue unimpeded. From the ridge above, he observed patterns of movement below, travelers navigating trails, animals foraging cautiously, and distant smoke curling from hidden hearths, currents of action, choice, and consequence intertwined, invisibly, forming a network perceptible only to those attuned to its subtleties. Gandalf traced these threads, noting intersections, divergences, and potential points of tension. Observation alone often shifted alignment, but when intervention was necessary, it was measured, deliberate, and subtle, preserving autonomy while steering outcomes toward balance. The forest's faint murmurs, rustling leaves, distant calls of birds, and the whisper of wind through branches served as both signal and rhythm, guiding Gandalf's awareness. He moved with an ease that belied the careful attention underpinning each step, his senses extending into the surrounding space to detect disturbances, both overt and imperceptible. A faint flash of movement caught his eye. A pair of travelers paused beside a fallen log, consulting maps or notes. Gandalf watched, noting posture, gesture, and hesitation. Even minor indecision carried implications, and the Grey prepared to offer guidance if subtle intervention was required to preserve alignment and safety. By afternoon, Gandalf descended a gentle slope toward a stream that widened into a shallow, reflective pool. The water shimmered under the filtered sunlight, rippling softly as small fish darted beneath its surface. Gandalf knelt, observing the currents, noting how stones, fallen branches, and the subtle incline of the bank influenced flow. Even water, he understood, carried alignment, tension, and consequence, shaping the movements of both mortal and natural travelers. He traced the paths of recent crossings, discerning hesitation, urgency, and intent, integrating each into a broader awareness of motion, risk, and alignment. Across the pool, a faint disturbance in the undergrowth suggested another presence. Gandalf's attention sharpened, yet he remained still, observing without interference. A lone figure emerged, cautious, weighing each step. Gandalf noted posture, glance, and rhythm, cataloguing movements in the context of surrounding currents. The traveler paused near a cluster of stones, seemingly contemplating a path or action, and then continued with renewed purpose. Gandalf's quiet observation ensured that potential misalignments could be anticipated, subtle adjustments prepared, and equilibrium maintained without revealing himself. Evening approached, the sun lowering behind distant hills, casting long shadows across moss and stone. Gandalf ascended a rise overlooking the valley, noting patterns of movement, trails winding through forests, faint glimmers of water, and distant smoke rising from small hearths. Travelers and animals moved cautiously, aware or unaware of the subtle influences guiding them. Gandalf traced each motion, anticipating potential risks and opportunities, cataloguing choices and consequences with the precision of one who understood the delicate balance between action and restraint. Intervention, when necessary, was invisible, applied with the awareness that the smallest touch could have amplified effects. A faint murmur carried on the evening breeze, voices negotiating direction, pace, and caution. Gandalf traced the source through dense undergrowth, observing a small group coordinating supplies, monitoring potential danger, and responding to subtle environmental cues. He noted alignment, hesitancy, and intent, cataloguing the effect of each decision on the surrounding currents. Even the quietest conversation, unobserved by most, shaped motion, consequence, and perception. Gandalf's presence ensured that these threads remained coherent, and when intervention was required, it was precise, gentle, and aligned with the broader equilibrium of the landscape. Night descended, and the moon rose, pale and distant, illuminating streams, ridges, and forest clearings in silver light. Gandalf remained atop a ridge, staff in hand, observing the interplay of human and natural movement below. Animals shifted to shelter, travelers paused along hidden paths, and distant fires flickered faintly in the dark. Currents of motion, choice, and consequence intertwined invisibly, forming a complex web that required continuous attention. Gandalf traced each thread, noting points of divergence, misalignment, and tension, preparing subtle guidance that would preserve balance while allowing autonomy to remain intact. The forest whispered in the night, carrying faint tremors of motion, intention, and consequence. Gandalf moved silently through undergrowth and shadow, threading between light and dark, tracing the intricate network of alignments. Streams glimmered under moonlight, branches shifted in gentle wind, and footprints revealed subtle narratives of choice, urgency, and hesitancy. Gandalf catalogued these, considering how even minor interventions could preserve balance, prevent disruption, and maintain equilibrium across the unfolding web of action. His vigilance was both meticulous and discreet, guiding currents while remaining unseen. As midnight approached, he reached a small glade where faint signs of recent activity remained, stones arranged in pattern, traces of ritual smoke, and flattened grass indicating temporary habitation. Gandalf knelt, examining each element carefully, sensing residual intention and energy. Even minor acts left echoes capable of influencing choice, perception, and consequence. Gandalf's understanding of these subtle threads allowed him to maintain alignment across both visible and invisible currents, preparing interventions that would be both gentle and effective, preserving autonomy while shaping outcomes toward balance. By the early hours of night, Gandalf ascended a final ridge, observing the valley below, bathed in silver moonlight. The wind carried the faint scent of herbs, smoke, and damp earth, markers of presence, movement, and intent. Streams reflected the pale glow, and distant trails bore the passage of travelers moving cautiously. Gandalf traced each motion, each choice, each ripple of consequence, noting intersections and divergences, potential risks and opportunities. His quiet presence ensured that the subtle orchestration of events remained coherent, maintaining the delicate balance between guidance and restraint, influence and autonomy. The grey wanderer settled upon a moss-covered rock, staff in hand, the forest alive with muted sound and gentle motion. Currents of influence, subtle and pervasive, flowed around him. Travelers adjusting pace, animals seeking shelter, streams shaping movement, and unseen forces threading through the landscape. Gandalf observed, catalogued, and, when necessary, prepared to intervene with precision, preserving equilibrium while allowing choice to remain unimpeded. Through patience, foresight, and subtle guidance, he maintained the alignment of consequence, action, and intention, ensuring that the tapestry of Middle-earth remained intact beneath moonlight and shadow. The night deepened, stars emerging through gaps in the canopy, distant and watchful. Gandalf lingered, tracing the invisible threads of alignment, anticipating potential disturbance, and preparing subtle guidance for those whose choices would ripple across time and space. His vigilance, meticulous yet unobtrusive, preserved balance, agency, and the quiet integrity of the web of consequence. The grey wanderer, attuned to both immediate motion and unseen currents, remained a patient and steady presence, guiding the interplay of intention, action, and outcome across the unfolding night. Through the long hours, he moved along shadowed ridges, threading between moonlight and darkness, tracing currents of influence, alignment, and motion. Streams shimmered faintly, animals shifted in hidden retreats, and travelers progressed with varying degrees of awareness, each step contributing to the broader weave of consequence. Gandalf's awareness captured each subtle ripple, each minor misalignment, and each faint tremor of choice. Intervention was measured, precise, and subtle, preserving autonomy while guiding the landscape of action, perception, and outcome. By the first light of pre-dawn, Gandalf paused atop a gentle rise, surveying the valley below in quiet vigilance. Each thread of motion, each ripple of choice, and each echo of intention had been catalogued, traced, and aligned where necessary. The currents of consequence, subtle yet potent, remained coherent, flowing in balance beneath the grey wanderer's careful observation. He breathed slowly, observing the rising light, noting how it illuminated the interplay of forest, river, and trail, and considered where subtle guidance might continue to preserve equilibrium while maintaining agency. The pre-dawn light filtered through the dense canopy, softening the contours of the forest floor, and lending a muted clarity to the world beneath the trees. Gandalf the Grey moved quietly along a winding path, the dew clinging to his robes and staff, dampening the soft taps of each deliberate step. The air carried faint scents of moss, earth, and lingering smoke from distant hearths, blending into a subtle symphony that the grey wanderer read as easily as any map. Every movement, every rustle, every glimmer of light across leaves or stone held meaning. The forest itself whispered of currents and alignments, of paths converging and diverging, and of consequences that reached far beyond the immediate moment. He paused near a narrow stream, its waters glinting with the reflection of the waking sky, and knelt to study the subtle disturbances along its banks. Footprints traced erratic paths, some deep with urgency, others light and hesitant, suggesting both haste and caution. Gandalf traced the impressions with careful fingers, noting patterns of intent embedded in the mud and sand. These travelers were aware of potential danger, he surmised, yet their movements carried the hesitancy of uncertainty, a mixture of determination and doubt that would influence outcomes as much as their choice of path. The Grey catalogued the evidence, preparing his mind to anticipate ripple effects, and if necessary, guide them with discretion. Beyond the stream, a narrow glade opened, sunlight filtering in delicate lattices across moss and fallen leaves. Gandalf moved slowly, noting the arrangement of stones and the subtle signs of prior occupation. A flattened patch of grass, the faint residue of ritual smoke, the imprint of a small fire pit. Even seemingly trivial acts of presence left an echo, shaping currents of perception, intention, and consequence. Gandalf's attention to these traces was meticulous, integrating them into his broader understanding of the interactions between mortal travelers, the land, and the subtle alignments of unseen forces. Knowledge alone was insufficient. Awareness allowed precise intervention, preserving balance without disruption. A sudden movement to his left drew Gandalf's focus, a lone figure threading through the undergrowth, cautious and deliberate. The Grey remained concealed, observing posture, gaze, and rhythm, discerning intent and alignment. The traveler paused, adjusting direction and pace, responding to subtle markers of risk or opportunity embedded in the environment. Gandalf catalogued each motion, recognizing that even a minor adjustment in trajectory could ripple outward, affecting other travelers, animals, and the flow of natural currents. Influence, when applied with restraint, was invisible yet potent, shaping outcomes without coercion or intrusion. By mid-morning, Gandalf reached a clearing dominated by the remnants of an ancient stone structure, partially reclaimed by moss, ivy, and wind. The arrangement of stones suggested both functional and ritual significance, layered over generations of attention and abandonment. Gandalf examined each carefully, sensing faint residual energy, the lingering echo of past intention, and the subtle alignment of natural and human forces. Even in decay, the placement of each stone carried weight, a marker of presence, a point of interaction, a node in the web of consequence. Cataloguing these elements allowed Gandalf to anticipate how the past intersected with the present, where subtle guidance might maintain equilibrium, and where restraint would allow the natural flow of events to continue unimpeded. From the ridge above, he observed patterns of movement below, travelers navigating trails, animals foraging cautiously, and distant smoke curling from hidden hearths, currents of action, choice, and consequence intertwined invisibly, forming a network perceptible only to those attuned to its subtleties. Gandalf traced these threads, noting intersections, divergences, and potential points of tension. Observation alone often shifted alignment, but when intervention was necessary, it was measured, deliberate, and subtle, preserving autonomy while steering outcomes toward balance. The forest's faint murmurs, rustling leaves, distant calls of birds, and the whisper of wind through branches served as both signal and rhythm, guiding Gandalf's awareness. He moved with an ease that belied the careful attention underpinning each step, his senses extending into the surrounding space to detect disturbances, both overt and imperceptible. A faint flash of movement caught his eye. A pair of travelers paused beside a fallen log, consulting maps or notes. Gandalf watched, noting posture, gesture, and hesitation. Even minor indecision carried implications, and the Grey prepared to offer guidance if subtle intervention was required to preserve alignment and safety. By afternoon, Gandalf descended a gentle slope toward a stream that widened into a shallow, reflective pool. The water shimmered under the filtered sunlight, rippling softly as small fish darted beneath its surface. Gandalf knelt, observing the currents, noting how stones, fallen branches, and the subtle incline of the bank influenced flow. Even water, he understood, carried alignment, tension, and consequence, shaping the movements of both mortal and natural travelers. He traced the paths of recent crossings, discerning hesitation, urgency, and intent, integrating each into a broader awareness of motion, risk, and alignment. Across the pool, a faint disturbance in the undergrowth suggested another presence. Gandalf's attention sharpened, yet he remained still, observing, without interference. A lone figure emerged, cautious, weighing each step. Gandalf noted posture, glance, and rhythm, cataloguing movements in the context of surrounding currents. The traveler paused near a cluster of stones, seemingly contemplating a path or action, and then continued with renewed purpose. Gandalf's quiet observation ensured that potential misalignments could be anticipated, subtle adjustments prepared, and equilibrium maintained without revealing himself. Evening approached, the sun lowering behind distant hills, casting long shadows across moss and stone. Gandalf ascended a rise overlooking the valley, noting patterns of movement, trails winding through forests, faint glimmers of water, and distant smoke rising from small hearths. Travelers and animals moved cautiously, aware or unaware of the subtle influences guiding them. Gandalf traced each motion, anticipating potential risks and opportunities, cataloguing choices and consequences with the precision of one who understood the delicate balance between action and restraint. Intervention, when necessary, was invisible, applied with the awareness that the smallest touch could have amplified effects. A faint murmur carried on the evening breeze, voices negotiating direction, pace, and caution. Gandalf traced the source through dense undergrowth, observing a small group coordinating supplies, monitoring potential danger, and responding to subtle environmental cues. He noted alignment, hesitancy, and intent, cataloging the effect of each decision on the surrounding currents. Even the quietest conversation, unobserved by most, shaped motion, consequence, and perception. Gandalf's presence ensured that these threads remained coherent, and when intervention was required, it was precise, gentle, and aligned with the broader equilibrium of the landscape. Night descended, and the moon rose, pale and distant, illuminating streams, ridges, and forest clearings in silver light. Gandalf remained atop a ridge, staff in hand, observing the interplay of human and natural movement below. Animals shifted to shelter, travelers paused along hidden paths, and distant fires flickered faintly in the dark. Currents of motion, choice, and consequence intertwined invisibly, forming a complex web that required continuous attention. Gandalf traced each thread, noting points of divergence, misalignment, and tension, preparing subtle guidance that would preserve balance while allowing autonomy to remain intact. The forest whispered in the night, carrying faint tremors of motion, intention, and consequence. Gandalf moved silently through undergrowth and shadow, threading between light and dark, tracing the intricate network of alignments. Streams glimmered under moonlight, branches shifted in gentle wind, and footprints revealed subtle narratives of choice, urgency, and hesitancy. Gandalf catalogued these, considering how even minor interventions could preserve balance, prevent disruption, and maintain equilibrium across the unfolding web of action. His vigilance was both meticulous and discreet, guiding currents while remaining unseen. As midnight approached, he reached a small glade where faint signs of recent activity remained, stones arranged in pattern, traces of ritual smoke, and flattened grass indicating temporary habitation. Gandalf knelt, examining each element carefully, sensing residual intention and energy. Even minor acts left echoes capable of influencing choice, perception, and consequence. Gandalf's understanding of these subtle threads allowed him to maintain alignment across both visible and invisible currents, preparing interventions that would be both gentle and effective, preserving autonomy while shaping outcomes toward balance. By the early hours of night, Gandalf ascended a final ridge, observing the valley below, bathed in silver moonlight. The wind carried the faint scent of herbs, smoke, and damp earth, markers of presence, movement, and intent. Streams reflected the pale glow, and distant trails bore the passage of travelers moving cautiously. Gandalf traced each motion, each choice, each ripple of consequence, noting intersections and divergences, potential risks, and opportunities. His quiet presence ensured that the subtle orchestration of events remained coherent, maintaining the delicate balance between guidance and restraint, influence and autonomy. The grey wanderer settled upon a moss-covered rock, staff in hand, the forest alive with muted sound and gentle motion. Currents of influence, subtle and pervasive, flowed around him. Travelers adjusting pace, animals seeking shelter, streams shaping movement, and unseen forces threading through the landscape. Gandalf observed, catalogued, and, when necessary, prepared to intervene with precision, preserving equilibrium while allowing choice to remain unimpeded. Through patience, foresight, and subtle guidance, he maintained the alignment of consequence, action, and intention, ensuring that the tapestry of Middle-earth remained intact beneath moonlight and shadow. The night deepened, stars emerging through gaps in the canopy, distant and watchful. Gandalf lingered, tracing the invisible threads of alignment, anticipating potential disturbance, and preparing subtle guidance for those whose choices would ripple across time and space. His vigilance, meticulous yet unobtrusive, preserved balance, agency, and the quiet integrity of the web of consequence. The grey wanderer, attuned to both immediate motion and unseen currents, remained a patient and steady presence, guiding the interplay of intention, action, and outcome across the unfolding night. Through the long hours he moved along shadowed ridges, threading between moonlight and darkness, tracing currents of influence, alignment, and motion. Streams shimmered faintly, animals shifted in hidden retreats, and travelers progressed with varying degrees of awareness, each step contributing to the broader weave of consequence. Gandalf's awareness captured each subtle ripple, each minor misalignment, and each faint tremor of choice. Intervention was measured, precise, and subtle, preserving autonomy while guiding the landscape of action, perception, and outcome. By the first light of pre-dawn, Gandalf paused atop a gentle rise, surveying the valley below in quiet vigilance. Each thread of motion, each ripple of choice, and each echo of intention had been catalogued, traced, and aligned where necessary. The currents of consequence, subtle yet potent, remained coherent, flowing in balance beneath the grey. Wanderer's careful observation. He breathed slowly, observing the rising light, noting how it illuminated the interplay of forest, river, and trail, and considered where subtle guidance might continue to preserve equilibrium while maintaining agency. The forest awoke in tentative light, the first hints of dawn filtering through a dense lattice of branches, casting fragmented patterns on the damp earth below. Gandalf the Grey moved steadily along a narrow track, staff in hand, each step deliberate, each motion attuned to the subtleties of the land. Mist clung to moss and root, curling gently in the cold, and the air carried the faint aroma of pine, earth, and distant smoke. Every sound, every shift in shadow, every quiver of leaf or bird's movement spoke of hidden currents, traces of intent, choice, and consequence that Gandalf catalogued with unerring precision. Observation, he knew, was as potent as action when wielded with patience and care. He paused by a shallow stream, watching the water ripple over stones, noticing the subtle eddies formed where submerged roots disrupted the flow. Footprints traced along the banks revealed recent passage, the hurried steps of travelers, cautious detours, the faint drag of a pack or staff. Gandalf's fingers brushed the soil lightly, reading the impressions for rhythm, intent, and alignment. Even small deviations in choice or misstep could propagate consequences far beyond immediate perception. And Gandalf's awareness was both shield and guidance, a gentle hand nudging the flow of events without imposing itself. Beyond the stream, the path opened to a small glade, sunlight striking in narrow columns that illuminated the arrangement of stones, fallen branches, and traces of human presence. Gandalf moved carefully, cataloguing the remnants of temporary occupation, flattened grass, smouldered embers of a ritual fire, and faint aromatic residue, suggesting herbs burned for protection or guidance. Each minor act, though seemingly insignificant, left an imprint on the currents of perception and intention. Gandalf traced these echoes with measured attention, anticipating how they might intersect with the motions of travelers, animals, and the broader alignment of natural forces. A rustle in the undergrowth caught his attention. A figure, solitary, moving cautiously among trees. Gandalf remained concealed, studying posture, gaze, and movement. The traveller's progress was hesitant yet determined, a reflection of both internal calculation and external caution. Gandalf noted subtle markers of uncertainty and intention, understanding that even the smallest adjustment in path could ripple outward, influencing events beyond immediate sight. Observations alone often sufficed to shape alignment. Intervention was reserved for moments where choice required subtle guidance to maintain balance. Mid-morning light spilled across the forest floor as Gandalf emerged from the glade into a more open stretch of terrain. Stones, moss, and roots formed a complex mosaic underfoot, each element influencing movement and requiring careful navigation. Gandalf paused occasionally to observe minor traces of passage, footprints pressed into mud, broken twigs, displaced leaves. These small markers indicated both human and animal motion, decisions made in uncertainty, and the subtle interactions between beings and terrain. Cataloguing each element, Gandalf anticipated points of convergence, potential friction, and where minimal guidance might preserve equilibrium without revealing itself. By midday, he approached the ruins of an old structure, partially reclaimed by earth and vegetation. Weathered stones, some moss-covered and others chipped by centuries of wind and rain, stood in irregular alignment. Gandalf studied each carefully, sensing the faint resonance of prior intention, the lingering echo of ritual, and the alignment of the structure with surrounding terrain. Even in decay, the placement of each stone carried consequence, a channel for perception, a marker of influence, a subtle node in the network of cause and effect. Gandalf traced these threads, integrating them into his broader understanding of currents, ensuring that past acts and present motion aligned with balance. From the ridge above, the valley revealed itself in quiet patterns, travelers following narrow trails, the occasional shimmer of water catching sunlight, and animals moving toward shelter. Gandalf's eyes traced each motion, noting divergence, alignment, and potential points of tension. Observation alone often guided events, shaping outcome without overt action. Yet when subtle intervention was required, it was applied with discretion, preserving autonomy while maintaining equilibrium across human, animal, and environmental currents. A faint murmur of voices carried on the afternoon breeze. Gandalf followed the sound through undergrowth and between trunks, arriving at a small clearing where a group negotiated passage, coordinated supplies, and balanced caution with urgency. He watched silently, recording posture, gesture, and alignment, recognizing hesitancy, intent, and the potential for divergence. Even minor conversation influenced the flow of choice, carrying ripples across the surrounding terrain. Gandalf's awareness ensured these currents remained coherent, prepared for subtle guidance where equilibrium threatened to falter. Later he reached a shallow river crossing, the water catching slivers of light as it wound between stones and reeds. Gandalf observed travelers testing depth, calculating each step, aware of potential hazards. A misaligned footfall or unnoticed obstruction could lead to consequences disproportionate to intention. Gandalf intervened subtly, redirecting attention or motion imperceptibly. A shift in gaze, a branch nudged into place, ensuring safety while preserving the independence of action. His influence was quiet, precise, and deliberate, maintaining alignment without revealing itself. Afternoon shadows lengthened, weaving intricate patterns across moss and stone. Gandalf ascended a gentle rise, observing motion below, travelers advancing with cautious determination, animals shifting toward shelter, and streams reflecting sunlight in ever-changing patterns. Each movement, each hesitation, each decision formed a thread in a complex tapestry of alignment and consequence. Gandalf traced these threads with patient care, noting where subtle guidance might prevent disruption, where restraint would allow natural flow, and where intervention would preserve balance across the intertwined currents of choice. A sudden shift of wind stirred the canopy, carrying scents of smoke, herbs, and damp earth. Gandalf paused, attuning to faint tremors in the undergrowth, subtle signals of presence, motion, and intention. A lone figure emerged, moving with deliberate caution, adjusting to hidden obstacles and sensing currents of risk and opportunity. Gandalf observed, cataloguing posture, glance, and rhythm. Even minor adjustments in motion, unnoticed by the traveler, rippled outward, influencing other travelers, animals, and natural currents. His awareness ensured alignment, guiding outcomes with subtlety and care. As dusk approached, Gandalf reached a small glade, partially illuminated by the setting sun. The forest floor held traces of prior habitation, flattened grass, remnants of herbs, faint impressions of footfalls. Gandalf examined each carefully, sensing echoes of intention and energy left behind. Even small acts carried significance, affecting perception, motion, and consequence. Cataloguing these traces allowed Gandalf to anticipate ripple effects, prepare interventions if necessary, and preserve balance across human and natural activity. The valley below glimmered in fading light, streams reflecting the soft glow, trails winding through forests, and distant hearths sending faint smoke upward. Gandalf ascended a ridge, observing currents of motion, travelers navigating cautiously, animals retreating to shelter, and subtle tremors in the undergrowth hinting at unseen presence. Each thread of action, choice, and consequence was catalogued, assessed, and traced. Intervention, when applied, was precise, subtle, and invisible, preserving autonomy while maintaining equilibrium. Night settled over the forest, stars appearing in clear gaps above. Gandalf moved along the ridge, staff in hand, observing the intricate interplay of human and natural motion. Streams shimmered in moonlight, animals shifted quietly, and travelers continued along shadowed trails. Each step, hesitation, and gesture contributed to the web of consequence. Gandalf's presence, attentive yet unseen, maintained alignment, tracing threads, preparing subtle guidance, and ensuring the coherence of currents shaping the valley below. In the quiet hours, Gandalf approached a small cluster of stones, partially concealed by moss. Faint traces of smoke and flattened earth suggested temporary habitation, perhaps abandoned in haste. He knelt, examining each element, sensing residual intent and energy. Even minor actions, left unnoticed, influenced the broader alignment of motion, choice, and consequence. Gandalf catalogued each trace, integrating them into his awareness, preparing interventions as needed to preserve equilibrium and guide the subtle interplay of currents, invisibly yet effectively. By midnight, the grey wanderer settled atop a ridge overlooking the valley. Currents of influence flowed around him, travellers progressing along trails, animals shifting in hidden retreats, streams reflecting moonlight, and faint tremors in the undergrowth marking unseen presence. Gandalf observed each motion, noting divergence, alignment, and potential points of tension. Subtle guidance, applied with discretion, preserved balance, integrity, and autonomy. Patience, observation, and foresight were his instruments, allowing him to influence outcomes without overt interference, ensuring that consequence and alignment remained coherent across the unfolding night. The wind carried the faint scent of earth, herbs, and distant hearths, subtle markers of activity and intent. Gandalf traced the currents of motion below, anticipating potential disturbances, misalignments, and areas of tension. Even imperceptible shifts in motion or intention could ripple outward, affecting travelers, animals, and the broader landscape. His awareness extended into shadow and moonlight, capturing the subtleties of alignment, anticipating the need for intervention, and ensuring the delicate balance of consequence and choice remained intact. The night deepened, silvering streams, ridges, and clearings under the gaze of the moon. Gandalf moved through shadowed ridges, threading carefully between light and dark, tracing currents of alignment, influence, and consequence. Footsteps, gestures, and motion rippled outward, intersecting and diverging with subtle precision. Gandalf catalogued each thread, noting where minor adjustment might preserve balance, where restraint allowed natural flow, and where careful intervention ensured the integrity of the broader tapestry of motion and choice. By the first hints of pre-dawn, Gandalf paused atop a gentle rise, staff in hand, surveying the valley below. Streams shimmered faintly, animals shifted in hidden burrows, and travellers continued along shadowed paths. Each thread of motion, each ripple of choice, each echo of intention had been observed, catalogued, and aligned where necessary. The Grey Wanderer's vigilance ensured that the subtle orchestration of events, human and natural, remained coherent, balanced, and resilient beneath the pale light of the emerging day. The first light of dawn spread like a pale wash over the ridges and valleys, painting the forest in muted golds and silvers. Gandalf the Grey moved along a narrow trail carved through undergrowth, the morning dew weighing softly on his robes and the tip of his staff brushing moss-covered stones. The air carried the subtle scent of damp earth, pine, and lingering smoke from distant fires, a quiet chorus of the unseen rhythms of the land. Each step, each sound, each glimmer of light was a signal, an echo of movement, intent, and consequence that Gandalf traced with patient attention. Observation was his tool, and awareness his guide. The Grey Wanderer moved as though the forest itself whispered its secrets to him, threading motion, intention, and alignment into a living map beneath his eyes. Near a shallow stream, Gandalf paused, crouching to study the water as it rippled over sunken stones. Footprints traced along the bank, some pressed deep in urgency, others light and hesitant, hinted at travellers who had passed through in varying degrees of caution. The mud bore subtle marks of packs, of staff tips dragged lightly, of hesitation and purpose woven together. Gandalf's fingers brushed the soil, reading rhythm and intent, cataloguing choice and consequence. Even minor deviations in path, left unchecked, could ripple outward to influence more than the immediate trail. His vigilance preserved balance without overt interference, ensuring the delicate threads of movement remained aligned. Beyond the stream, a glade opened into filtered sunlight. Fallen leaves, moss, and stones were arranged subtly, suggesting prior habitation. A flattened patch of grass, the faint residue of smouldered herbs, the curve of a small fire pit now cold. Gandalf moved carefully, noting each mark, each echo of prior intention, understanding that even minor acts left impressions that could shift perception and decision. These residual traces, though easily overlooked, played a role in the web of alignment that guided travelers, animals, and the natural world. Cataloguing them allowed Gandalf to anticipate ripple effects, to know where subtle guidance could preserve harmony, and where restraint was more potent than intervention. A rustle in the undergrowth drew Gandalf's attention, a solitary figure moving cautiously, weighing each step and glance. Gandalf remained concealed, observing the traveller's posture and rhythm, discerning intention embedded in hesitation. Each minor choice, each adjustment of pace or gaze, carried potential consequence. Gandalf's observation alone, he understood, often shaped outcomes more effectively than any direct intervention. Yet his readiness to act with discretion remained constant, a quiet shield and subtle guide against misalignment, preserving agency while aligning currents of consequence. By mid-morning, he reached a small rise overlooking a gentle valley, where streams wound among trees and faint smoke rose from hidden hearths. The valley pulsed with movement, travelers threading paths with cautious awareness, animals seeking shelter, and subtle tremors of wind and leaf shifting under invisible pressure. Gandalf traced these currents, noting intersections, divergences, and points of potential tension. Observation shaped alignment. Subtle intervention could prevent disruption, but overt action was unnecessary unless balance was threatened. His presence, though unseen, ensured coherence in the complex tapestry of choice, motion, and consequence. In the valley, a shallow river created a natural crossing. Gandalf paused at its edge, noting how stones and current interacted to create a delicate lattice of risk and possibility. Travelers had tested the passage, some misjudging depth, others hesitating midstream. Gandalf adjusted a branch subtly, imperceptible to those crossing, guiding a footfall away from a slick stone. Intervention without visibility preserved autonomy, ensuring the balance of flow between water, traveler, and land. Even minor touches of influence could ripple outward, shaping outcomes across paths unseen, a quiet orchestration that maintained equilibrium without assertion. The forest's hum, rustling leaves, distant bird calls, soft wind, wove itself into Gandalf's awareness, marking hidden currents of motion, intention, and consequence. Shadows shifted under his gaze as he moved with care, reading subtle signals, a bent branch suggesting recent passage, footprints softened by dew, the faint shimmer of disturbed leaves. Each minor marker informed his understanding of alignment, allowing anticipation of points of friction or divergence. Gandalf's subtle guidance preserved balance across human and natural currents, shaping outcomes without direct interference. Afternoon light fell in lattices across the forest floor, illuminating patterns of stone, root, and moss. Gandalf approached the remnants of an ancient stone circle, partially reclaimed by nature. Stones weathered by wind and rain retained traces of prior alignment, faint etchings, residual hums of energy, and their relation to surrounding terrain. Even in decay, these markers carried consequence, influencing perception, motion, and choice. Gandalf traced their arrangement with patient care, integrating their subtle influence into his awareness, understanding how past intention intersected with present motion, preparing subtle guidance as necessary to maintain equilibrium. From a ridge above, he observed patterns of travel below, small groups threading trails, individual travelers moving cautiously, animals shifting through undergrowth. The currents of motion and consequence were intricate, a tapestry woven from intention, hesitation, and alignment. Gandalf catalogued each thread, anticipating how minor shifts could cascade outward. Observation, he knew, was intervention in its quietest and most effective form, a method of maintaining coherence and preserving agency without revealing presence. Yet he remained poised, ready to act with subtlety when the alignment of events threatened to falter. A soft murmur on the breeze alerted him to human voices in the forest. Gandalf traced the sound through thickets and between trunks to a small clearing, where a group paused, consulting supplies and maps, negotiating pace and caution. He observed posture, glance, and gesture, discerning alignment and intention. Even minor discussion shaped the surrounding currents, affecting the movement of travelers, animals, and environmental perception. Gandalf catalogued each subtle movement and intention, preparing interventions that could maintain coherence without exposing influence, balancing guidance with restraint. As evening approached, he reached a shallow ford, where a river meandered through stones and reeds. Travelers were already crossing cautiously, testing footing and adjusting for the subtle shifts in current. Gandalf stepped lightly, adjusting a small branch just enough to redirect a footfall away from a slick stone. The effect was invisible, yet it preserved autonomy and balance. Each step, each hesitation, each minor adjustment carried consequence. Gandalf's awareness allowed him to intervene in ways that maintained equilibrium while honoring freedom of choice. The forest darkened as twilight deepened, shadows stretching long across moss and stone. Gandalf ascended a rise, observing the valley below in quiet vigilance. Streams shimmered under fading light, trails curved between trees, and animals shifted into shelter. Every motion, hesitation, and gesture contributed to the broader weave of consequence. Gandalf traced each thread, noting where subtle guidance might prevent misalignment, where restraint allowed natural flow, and where intervention would preserve coherence across the intertwined currents of intention and motion. A sudden gust stirred the canopy, carrying scents of herbs, smoke, and damp earth. Gandalf paused, attuning to faint tremors in the undergrowth. A solitary figure emerged, cautious, adjusting to hidden obstacles, responding to subtle signals in the forest. Gandalf observed silently, noting rhythm, gaze, and posture, cataloguing intention embedded in movement. Even minor adjustments could propagate significant ripple effects, influencing travelers, animals, and the broader alignment of the environment. His awareness allowed him to maintain coherence, prepared to guide with subtlety where balance required it. Night fell fully, and stars appeared through gaps in the canopy. Gandalf moved along shadowed ridges, threading between moonlight and darkness, observing the interplay of human and natural currents. Streams shimmered faintly, travelers shifted along hidden paths, and animals retreated into protective cover. Each thread of action, each hesitation, each subtle motion was catalogued and traced. Gandalf's presence, though unseen, maintained alignment, tracing currents and preparing interventions with quiet precision, preserving autonomy while guiding outcomes toward balance. The forest whispered beneath the silvered night, carrying faint traces of motion, intention, and consequence. Gandalf moved among trees and stones, observing, cataloguing, and anticipating. Streams reflected the pale glow of moonlight, leaves shifted with subtle wind, and footprints marked the passage of cautious travelers. Even imperceptible movements carried the potential for significant consequence. Gandalf's awareness ensured coherence, allowing subtle guidance to maintain equilibrium, balance, and integrity without assertion or exposure. By midnight, he reached a small glade where traces of recent activity lingered, flattened grass, remnants of ritual smoke, and footprints pressed lightly into the soil. Gandalf knelt, examining each mark with care, sensing echoes of intention and energy. Even minor acts left residual influence, capable of shaping perception, motion, and consequence. Cataloguing these traces allowed Gandalf to anticipate ripple effects, to prepare interventions as needed, and to preserve balance across human and natural currents. The valley below glimmered in moonlight, streams reflecting stars, trails winding through trees, and distant hearths sending faint plumes of smoke into the sky. Gandalf ascended a ridge, staff in hand, observing the alignment of motion, choice, and consequence across the landscape. Each thread was traced, divergence noted, tension assessed. Subtle guidance, applied with discretion, preserved autonomy while maintaining equilibrium. Patience, observation, and foresight were instruments as potent as any spell, ensuring the coherence of currents shaping the unfolding night. Through the hours before dawn, Gandalf moved along shadowed ridges, threading carefully between light and dark, tracing currents of alignment, influence, and motion. Streams glimmered faintly, animals shifted in hidden retreats, and travelers progressed with varying degrees of awareness. Gandalf catalogued each ripple, noting where minor intervention might preserve balance, where restraint allowed natural flow, and where guidance ensured integrity of consequence. The Grey Wanderer's vigilance maintained equilibrium, shaping the tapestry of motion without revealing the hand that orchestrated it. By the first hints of dawn, Gandalf paused atop a gentle rise, surveying the valley below. Streams shimmered faintly, animals shifted in burrows, and travelers continued along hidden paths. Each thread of motion, each ripple of choice, each echo of intention had been observed, catalogued, and aligned as necessary. Gandalf's quiet vigilance ensured the intricate orchestration of events remained coherent, balanced, and resilient beneath the emerging light of day. He remained patient and alert, ready to guide, to preserve, and to maintain the delicate currents that sustained the living weave of Middle-earth. The first light of dawn filtered through the canopy with a soft, muted glow, touching leaves, stones, and the glistening edges of dew-laden moss. Gandalf the Grey moved with measured purpose along a narrow forest trail, each footfall deliberate, each motion in harmony with the subtle rhythms of the landscape. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of pine, damp earth, and the residual smoke of distant hearths. Every rustle of leaf, glimmer of light on stone, and murmur of water whispered a narrative of motion, intention, and consequence, a language Gandalf read with attentive clarity. He traced patterns of past and present, anticipating the convergence of choice, alignment, and outcome, understanding that even the smallest gesture could echo far beyond immediate perception. He paused at the edge of a shallow stream, kneeling to examine the ripple of water over stones smoothed by time. Footprints pressed into the muddy banks revealed recent passage. Some hurried with urgency, others tentative, weighing each step as though anticipating unseen consequences. Gandalf's fingers brushed the soil lightly, reading rhythm, intent, and alignment. Minor deviations in choice could propagate effects far beyond the immediate trail, and his vigilance preserved balance without revealing itself. Observation alone was often as potent as action. Intervention was reserved for moments when subtle guidance was necessary to maintain equilibrium. Beyond the stream, a small glade opened, suffused with dappled sunlight that fell across moss-covered stones and the gentle undulation of the forest floor. Gandalf noted flattened patches of grass, faint ash from a smouldered fire, and the delicate residue of herbs burned in rituals of protection or guidance. Even fleeting acts left traces capable of influencing perception, decision, and consequence. Gandalf catalogued these echoes with care, understanding how they might intersect with the movements of travelers, animals, and natural currents. Awareness of these threads allowed him to anticipate potential friction points, shaping events without coercion or visibility. A rustle in the undergrowth drew his attention. A solitary figure emerged, moving cautiously and deliberately among the trees. Gandalf remained concealed, observing posture, gaze, and rhythm. Each subtle hesitation, each minor adjustment in pace or glance, carried potential consequences that could extend far beyond the immediate moment. Gandalf's observation alone often sufficed to preserve alignment. Subtle interventions were applied only when misalignment threatened to cascade into disruption. Even the quietest presence, invisible to the traveler, exerted influence, guiding the interplay of choice and consequence across the unfolding terrain. By mid-morning, Gandalf reached a gentle rise overlooking a secluded valley where streams meandered between clusters of trees, their waters catching the sunlight in fleeting glimmers. The valley was alive with motion, travelers threading paths with caution, animals adjusting their routes with instinctive awareness, and the subtle tremors of wind shifting through leaves and branches. Each thread of motion, each hesitation, and each choice was woven into a delicate tapestry of consequence, one that Gandalf traced with patient precision. Observation, he knew, was a form of stewardship. Guidance, when necessary, was applied quietly, preserving autonomy while maintaining equilibrium. He paused at a shallow river crossing, noting how stones, current, and fallen branches created a lattice of risk and possibility. Travelers tested their footing carefully, some misjudging depth, others hesitating midstream. Gandalf subtly adjusted a branch or displaced a small stone, imperceptible to the crossing, yet enough to prevent misstep. Each intervention was quiet, precise, and invisible, preserving autonomy while maintaining the integrity of alignment. Even the smallest touch could ripple outward, influencing choice, motion, and consequence across the broader landscape. The afternoon sun slanted through the trees in gold and amber, illuminating stones, roots, and moss in shifting patterns. Gandalf approached the remains of an ancient stone circle, half reclaimed by moss, wind, and rain. The placement of stones suggested both function and ritual, their alignment resonant with lingering echoes of prior intent. Even in decay, The stones retained subtle influence over perception, movement, and consequence. Gandalf traced their arrangement, integrating them into his awareness, noting where residual energy might interact with present motion, and preparing subtle guidance to preserve equilibrium and coherence across the threads of action and intent. From a ridge above, he observed the valley below, the winding of trails, travelers moving cautiously, and animals seeking shelter. Currents of motion intertwined invisibly, forming a complex web of alignment and consequence. Gandalf catalogued each thread, anticipating potential friction points and divergence. Observation alone was often sufficient to guide outcomes. When subtle intervention was necessary, it was applied with restraint, preserving autonomy while maintaining coherence across human, animal, and environmental currents. A soft murmur on the breeze alerted him to human voices nearby. Gandalf traced the sound through undergrowth and between trunks to a small clearing where travelers paused, consulting maps and supplies, negotiating pace and caution. He observed posture, glance, and rhythm, discerning hesitation, intent, and alignment. Even minor conversation shaped surrounding currents, influencing movement and perception beyond the clearing. Gandalf catalogued each thread, preparing interventions to maintain coherence without revealing presence, guiding outcomes with subtlety and precision. As evening approached, he reached a shallow ford where a river curved among stones and reeds. Travelers moved with careful calculation, testing each step against the subtle shifts of water over stone. Gandalf shifted a branch, imperceptible, redirecting a footfall away from a slick surface. Autonomy remained intact, yet the integrity of movement and alignment was preserved. Minor adjustments, invisible to those traversing the river, propagated consequence across the web of motion, intention, and environmental response, ensuring coherence and balance. Twilight deepened, stretching shadows across moss, roots, and stone. Gandalf ascended a ridge, observing the valley below in quiet vigilance. Streams shimmered in fading light, trails wound between trees, and animals retreated to shelter. Each motion, each hesitation, each gesture contributed to the tapestry of consequence. Gandalf traced threads, noting where subtle guidance could prevent misalignment, where restraint allowed natural flow, and where intervention preserved the broader coherence of human, animal, and environmental currents. A gust of wind stirred the canopy, carrying scents of smoke, herbs, and damp earth. Gandalf paused, attuning to faint tremors in the undergrowth, subtle markers of presence, movement, and intention. A solitary figure emerged, cautious, adjusting to obstacles, and reading the hidden currents of risk and opportunity. Gandalf observed silently, noting rhythm, gaze, and posture. Even minor changes in motion could ripple outward, influencing travelers, animals, and the broader alignment of the forest. His awareness preserved coherence, prepared to guide subtly where necessary, shaping outcomes without visibility. Night fell, and stars emerged through openings in the canopy. Gandalf moved along shadowed ridges, threading between moonlight and darkness, observing human and natural currents. Streams glimmered faintly, travelers advanced along hidden paths, and animals shifted in the undergrowth. Each movement, hesitation, and gesture became a thread in the broader tapestry of consequence. Gandalf's presence, unseen yet attentive, maintained alignment, tracing currents and preparing subtle interventions to preserve coherence while honoring autonomy. The forest whispered in the silvered night, carrying echoes of motion, intention, and choice. Gandalf moved with measured grace, observing, cataloguing, and anticipating. Streams reflected moonlight, leaves stirred with the wind, and footprints marked passages of cautious travelers. Even imperceptible motion bore consequence. Gandalf maintained equilibrium through patient awareness, subtle guidance, and restraint, ensuring the integrity of the web of motion and intention across the valley below. By midnight, he reached a glade marked by the faint residue of prior activity, flattened grass, smouldered herbs, and traces of footprints pressed lightly into the soil. Gandalf knelt, examining each mark, sensing residual energy and echoes of intention. Minor acts, unnoticed by most, carried influence capable of shaping perception, motion, and consequence. Cataloguing these traces allowed Gandalf to anticipate ripple effects, prepare subtle interventions, and preserve alignment across human and natural currents, ensuring the tapestry of motion remained coherent. The valley below glimmered in moonlight. Streams reflected the stars. Trails wound. Between trees and distant hearths sent faint smoke upward. Gandalf ascended a ridge, staff in hand, observing the interweaving currents of motion, choice, and consequence. Each thread was traced, divergence noted, tension assessed, subtle guidance preserved autonomy while maintaining alignment. Patience, observation, and foresight remained his instruments, ensuring the coherence of the unseen orchestration shaping the unfolding night. Through the long hours, Gandalf moved between shadow and light, tracing currents of motion and alignment. Streams shimmered faintly, animals shifted in hidden retreats, and travelers progressed with varying awareness. Each ripple of choice and hesitation was noted, each potential disturbance assessed. Subtle intervention maintained equilibrium, restraint allowed natural flow, and careful guidance ensured integrity across the tapestry of motion, intention, and consequence. The Grey Wanderer preserved coherence with quiet diligence, unseen but attentive. As dawn approached, Gandalf paused atop a gentle rise, surveying the valley below. Streams glimmered faintly, animals shifted into burrows, and travelers continued along hidden paths. Each thread of motion, each subtle gesture, each ripple of intention had been observed and aligned where necessary. The Grey Wanderer's vigilance ensured the orchestration of events, human and natural, remained coherent, balanced, and resilient beneath the emerging light of day. In patience, observation, and subtle guidance, Gandalf sustained the equilibrium of Middle-earth, quietly shaping the delicate currents that connected action, consequence, and intention. Dawn's first light broke across the high ridges, casting a muted glow over the forest and the valley below. Gandalf the Grey paused at the crest of a gentle incline, staff in hand, and inhaled the crisp, cold air that carried the mingled scents of pine, damp earth, and distant hearths. Each shadow, each glimmer of moisture on leaves and stones, spoke to him of motion, intention, and consequence. The threads of the night had woven themselves into a quiet, intricate pattern, and he traced them carefully, cataloguing every subtle mark and ripple. Awareness alone, he knew, could guide without intervention. Yet he remained ready, vigilant, and patient, attuned to moments when subtle action might preserve alignment without revealing its hand. The forest stretched below, a living mosaic of light and shadow. Streams shimmered as they wound between trees, reflecting fragments of dawn. Travelers had advanced along the hidden trails, their movements cautious and deliberate, leaving faint impressions in the soft earth. Gandalf's eyes traced the convergence of paths, the slight divergences where hesitation had redirected pace, and the interaction between motion and terrain. Every footprint, displaced branch, and bent blade of grass told a story, and the Grey Wanderer read each with the precision of both history and foresight, understanding the subtle interplay of choice and consequence that governed all living motion. Near a shallow brook, he paused to examine the water flowing over rounded stones, noting the eddies created where roots disrupted the current. Footprints along the banks indicated travelers who had paused, recalculated, and adjusted their course. Gandalf's fingers brushed the damp soil, tracing the rhythm of motion and the intent behind each impression. Even minor misalignments, left unchecked, could ripple outward and influence outcomes beyond immediate perception. His awareness acted as a stabilizing force, a gentle guidance that ensured the integrity of the broader tapestry of motion and consequence while preserving autonomy. Beyond the brook, a glade opened into filtered sunlight. The soft glow revealed flattened grass, traces of smoldered herbs, and faint footprints that suggested prior occupation. Gandalf moved carefully among these markers, cataloguing the lingering energy and intent embedded in each. The smallest act left its imprint, and the Grey Wanderer knew that these residual currents could intersect with travelers' choices, shaping the unfolding course of events. Awareness alone could preserve balance. Intervention was applied only when subtle guidance was needed to maintain coherence across human, animal, and environmental currents. A rustle in the undergrowth drew his attention. A solitary figure emerged, moving with caution, adjusting to hidden obstacles, and reading the subtle signals of risk and opportunity in the forest. Gandalf observed silently, noting posture, rhythm, and glance, cataloguing intention embedded in motion. Minor adjustments, imperceptible to the traveler, could propagate ripple effects across the landscape, influencing both human and natural currents. Gandalf's subtle vigilance ensured that alignment was preserved, his presence shaping consequence without revealing itself, maintaining the delicate weave of choice, motion, and outcome. By mid-morning, he reached a rise overlooking the valley below. Streams wound between clusters of trees, glistening in the morning light, while travelers threaded narrow paths with quiet deliberation. Animals moved toward shelter, adjusting instinctively to subtle shifts in environment and human motion. Gandalf traced these threads, cataloguing intersections, divergences, and potential points of tension. Observation was stewardship, intervention a quiet touch when equilibrium threatened to falter. Each element, whether motion, intention, or environmental cue, was a part of the intricate lattice that he maintained with careful attention. A shallow river curved through stones and reeds, creating a crossing that required vigilance. Gandalf noted travelers testing footing, some pausing midstream, others misjudging depth. He shifted a small branch or displaced a stone subtly, imperceptible to those crossing, guiding steps away from hazard. Even minimal interventions propagated consequences, shaping outcomes while preserving autonomy. Each footfall, hesitation, and gesture became a thread in a tapestry of alignment that Gandalf maintained with patient precision, ensuring coherence across human and natural currents alike. Afternoon light fell in slanting beams, illuminating moss, stone, and root with shifting patterns. Gandalf approached the remains of an ancient stone circle, half reclaimed by wind, rain, and time. Stones, weathered yet purposeful, resonated faintly with prior intent, their alignment subtly influencing perception, motion, and consequence. Gandalf traced their placement, integrating residual energy into his awareness. Understanding how past intention intersected with present motion allowed him to anticipate ripple effects, prepare subtle guidance, and preserve balance across threads of action and choice without revealing himself. From a ridge, he observed the valley. Travelers moving carefully along trails, animals shifting to shelter, and streams reflecting sunlight in fleeting glimmers. Currents of motion intersected and diverged, forming a delicate tapestry of alignment and consequence. Gandalf catalogued each thread, noting potential friction points, divergences, and areas requiring quiet intervention. Observation often sufficed to maintain equilibrium, but when necessary, his subtle adjustments preserved coherence while honoring the autonomy of all beings moving within the landscape. A faint murmur on the breeze hinted at nearby human presence. Gandalf traced it through undergrowth to a small clearing where travelers paused, consulting maps, supplies, and each other. He observed posture, glance, and gesture, discerning hesitation, intent, and subtle alignment. Conversation, even when quiet and cautious, shaped surrounding currents, affecting motion, perception, and the natural weave of consequence. Gandalf catalogued each thread, ready to apply interventions with subtlety when balance required it, ensuring coherence without revealing his presence. Evening approached as he reached a shallow ford where a river meandered through stones and reeds. Travelers crossed with careful calculation, testing footing against shifting currents. Gandalf adjusted a branch imperceptibly, redirecting a footfall away from hazard. Autonomy remained intact, yet alignment and coherence were preserved. Each minor action rippled outward, shaping consequence across the interconnected threads of motion, intention, and environmental response, maintaining the equilibrium that underpinned the forest and its travelers. Twilight stretched long shadows across moss, roots, and stones. Gandalf ascended a ridge, observing the valley in quiet vigilance. Streams shimmered, trails curved, and animals retreated to shelter. Every step, gesture, and hesitation contributed to the tapestry of consequence. Gandalf traced threads, noting where subtle guidance might prevent misalignment, where restraint allowed natural flow, and where intervention preserved coherence across human, animal, and environmental currents. A sudden gust stirred the canopy, carrying scents of smoke, herbs, and damp earth. Gandalf paused, attuning to faint tremors in the undergrowth, subtle markers of presence, movement, and intent. A solitary figure emerged, cautious and deliberate, adjusting to hidden obstacles and reading the forest's subtle cues. Gandalf observed silently, noting rhythm, gaze, and posture. Even minor changes in motion could ripple outward, influencing the alignment of travelers, animals, and environment. His vigilance maintained coherence, guiding currents with subtlety, shaping consequence without revealing himself. Night fell fully, and stars appeared through gaps in the canopy. Gandalf moved along shadowed ridges, threading between moonlight and darkness, observing the interplay of human and natural currents. Streams shimmered faintly, travelers advanced along hidden paths, and animals shifted in the undergrowth. Each motion, hesitation, and gesture became a thread in the broader tapestry of consequence. Gandalf's presence, unseen yet attentive, maintained alignment, tracing currents and preparing interventions to preserve coherence while honoring autonomy. The forest whispered beneath silvered light, carrying faint traces of motion, intention, and consequence. Gandalf moved with care, observing, cataloguing, and anticipating. Streams reflected moonlight, leaves shifted with wind, and footprints marked cautious travelers. Even imperceptible movements bore consequence. Gandalf's awareness maintained equilibrium, allowing subtle guidance to preserve balance and coherence across human, animal, and environmental currents. By midnight, he reached a glade marked by the faint residue of prior activity. Flattened grass, smoldered herbs, and footprints pressed lightly into the soil. Gandalf knelt, examining each mark, sensing residual energy and intention. Even minor acts left traces capable of shaping perception, motion, and consequence. Cataloguing them allowed Gandalf to anticipate ripple effects, prepare subtle interventions, and maintain equilibrium across intertwined currents. The valley below shimmered in moonlight, streams reflected stars, trails wound between trees, and distant hearths released faint smoke. Gandalf ascended a ridge, staff in hand, observing the interweaving currents of motion, choice, and consequence. Threads were traced, divergence noted, tension assessed. Subtle guidance preserved autonomy while maintaining alignment. Patience, observation, and foresight remained his instruments, ensuring coherence of the unseen orchestration shaping the unfolding night. Through the hours before dawn, Gandalf moved between shadow and light, tracing currents of motion and alignment. Streams shimmered, animals shifted in hidden retreats, and travelers progressed with varying awareness. Each ripple of choice, hesitation, and gesture was noted. Subtle intervention maintained equilibrium, restraint allowed natural flow, and careful guidance ensured integrity across the tapestry of motion, intention, and consequence. The Grey Wanderer preserved coherence with quiet diligence, unseen yet attentive. As dawn emerged, Gandalf paused atop a gentle rise, surveying the valley below. Streams glimmered, animals shifted into burrows, and travelers continued along hidden paths. Each thread of motion, gesture, and intention had been observed and aligned where necessary. Gandalf's vigilance ensured the orchestration of events remained coherent, balanced, and resilient beneath the emerging light. In patience, observation, and subtle guidance, Gandalf the Grey sustained the delicate currents of Middle-earth, shaping consequence with quiet precision, preparing for the transformations that would unfold in the days ahead. The dawn was softer than usual, spilling pale gold across the ridges and valleys, like a tentative promise. Gandalf the Grey moved along a familiar ridge, staff in hand, his robe brushing against dew-soaked moss, each step deliberate, yet imbued with the lightness of anticipation. The night had left subtle traces, dew clinging to leaves, the faint scent of burned herbs from ritual fires, and impressions in soil and stone, marking every choice of passage made by those who had travelled through the forest under his silent vigilance. He paused to breathe, to let awareness settle into the rhythms of the valley below, and to trace the invisible currents of motion and consequence that intertwined all that moved beneath the canopy. The streams wound like silver ribbons, catching the morning light and reflecting both the sky and the canopy above. travelers had passed through, leaving footprints that carried intent, hesitation, and purpose. Gandalf crouched beside one such imprint, his fingers brushing the softened earth. Each depression, each subtle scuff, each trace of weight revealed a story. The movement of bodies through space, the alignment of intention and consequence, created threads that could ripple across the landscape. Gandalf catalogued each with patient care, knowing that even the smallest misalignment might, if left unobserved, cascade outward to affect unforeseen events. Observation alone was often sufficient. Intervention, when necessary, was always subtle, invisible, and precise. A rustle of leaves brought his attention to the undergrowth. A solitary figure moved with measured caution, adjusting pace and gaze to the hidden dangers and subtle signals of the forest. Gandalf remained concealed, noting posture, rhythm, and hesitation. Every motion carried potential consequence. Even the smallest adjustment in footfall or glance could alter alignment across the web of currents that he maintained. Gandalf's presence was never overt, yet it shaped the unfolding of events with delicate precision, guiding without touching, influencing without assertion, maintaining the equilibrium of all currents flowing through the forest. By mid-morning, he reached a gentle rise, overlooking a valley alive with quiet activity. Streams meandered in silver threads, animals shifted through shaded glens, and travelers threaded narrow paths with careful deliberation. Gandalf traced each movement, each divergence, and each subtle hesitation. Observation became a stewardship. Subtle guidance, when applied, preserved autonomy, while maintaining coherence across the tapestry of motion and consequence. He watched how currents intersected and diverged, noting where misalignment might disturb the balance of both human and natural movement. A shallow brook flowed across stones, worn smooth by centuries. Gandalf knelt, running his staff lightly along the water's edge, noting minor disturbances, the swirl of water against a stone, the faint imprint of a foot, the way moss bent under weight. Travelers had crossed here, some carefully, some miscalculating. Gandalf shifted a small branch imperceptibly, enough to redirect a footfall from a slick stone. The intervention was invisible, yet it preserved both safety and alignment, maintaining the integrity of the thread of motion. Each action, each choice, each hesitation carried ripple effects that Gandalf traced silently, threading the forest's currents into coherence once more. Beyond the brook, a glade opened into sunlight that filtered through the canopy. Fallen leaves, flattened grass, and faint traces of smoke suggested recent habitation. Gandalf observed the markers without disturbance, noting the residual energy of prior action, the subtle interplay of motion and consequence. These threads, even in absence, influenced perception, choice, and trajectory. Awareness alone sufficed to preserve balance, but Gandalf remained prepared to intervene where subtle guidance could maintain alignment. Every trace, every ripple of intent was catalogued, a silent ledger of cause and effect that he read with meticulous care. A breeze carried faint human voices from a nearby clearing. Gandalf traced them, moving silently through undergrowth, observing the traveler's posture, rhythm, and gaze. Each choice, each hesitation, each interaction shaped the surrounding currents. Even minor conversation altered trajectories, influencing motion beyond immediate perception. Gandalf catalogued the flows of consequence, anticipating where friction might arise, and noting where subtle guidance could preserve equilibrium. His presence remained unseen, his interventions delicate, preserving autonomy while maintaining coherence across the threads of motion and choice that wove the forest together. Afternoon light slanted through the trees, illuminating moss, stone, and root in shifting patterns. Gandalf approached the remnants of an ancient stone circle, half consumed by wind and rain. The stones, weathered and eroded, resonated faintly with past intention. Even in decay, their arrangement influenced perception, motion, and consequence. Gandalf traced the circle, integrating residual energy into his awareness, observing how past intention intersected with present motion. He noted where ripple effects might occur, prepared subtle guidance, and ensured alignment across the threads of action, choice, and consequence without ever revealing himself. From a ridge above, he observed the valley below, streams glinting, travelers advancing along winding paths, and animals shifting toward shelter. Currents of motion intertwined, diverged, and converged in a complex lattice. Gandalf catalogued each thread, noting potential friction, divergence, and opportunities for subtle intervention. Observation alone often sufficed. When action was necessary, it was precise and unseen, preserving the autonomy of all living beings while maintaining the delicate coherence of motion, intention, and consequence across the valley. Twilight arrived with long shadows stretching across moss and stone. Gandalf moved toward a shallow ford, watching travelers test each step against the shifting current. He shifted a branch imperceptibly, redirecting a footfall from a slick stone. Autonomy was preserved, yet alignment and coherence remained intact. Even the smallest adjustment rippled outward, influencing trajectories of motion, intention, and consequence far beyond the immediate scene. The tapestry of currents, he maintained, remained balanced, coherent, and resilient. As night fell, stars appeared through gaps in the canopy. Gandalf moved along shadowed ridges, threading carefully between moonlight and darkness. Streams shimmered faintly, travelers advanced along hidden paths, and animals moved to shelter. Each motion, hesitation, and subtle gesture became part of the broader weave of consequence. Gandalf's presence, unseen but vigilant, traced currents, prepared subtle interventions, and preserved coherence across human, animal, and environmental threads. Patience and observation, he knew, were as potent as any spell, and restraint often more influential than action. A sudden gust stirred the canopy, carrying faint scents of herbs, smoke, and damp earth. Gandalf paused, attuning to tremors in undergrowth, hidden signals of presence, movement, and intent. A solitary figure emerged, moving with deliberation, adjusting to subtle obstacles, and reading the cues of risk in the forest. Gandalf observed silently, noting posture, gaze, and rhythm. Minor adjustments in motion could ripple outward, influencing alignment and consequence far beyond the immediate moment. His awareness preserved equilibrium, guiding currents with quiet precision, shaping outcomes without revealing his presence. The forest whispered beneath silvered moonlight, carrying faint echoes of motion, intention, and choice. Gandalf moved with deliberate care, observing, cataloguing, and anticipating. Streams reflected the stars, leaves shifted with wind, and footprints marked the passage of travelers, moving with caution. Even imperceptible actions bore consequence. Gandalf's vigilance maintained equilibrium, allowing subtle guidance to preserve balance and coherence across human, animal, and environmental threads. By midnight, he reached a glade marked with traces of prior activity, flattened grass, smouldered herbs, and lightly pressed footprints. Gandalf knelt, examining each impression, sensing residual energy and echoes of intention. Even minor acts left traces capable of shaping perception, motion, and consequence. Cataloguing them allowed Gandalf to anticipate ripple effects, to prepare subtle interventions, and to maintain alignment across all currents of movement, choice, and intention. The valley below glimmered in pale moonlight, streams reflected stars, trails wound through the trees, and distant hearths sent faint plumes of smoke into the night. Gandalf ascended a ridge, staff in hand, observing the interplay of human and natural currents. Threads were traced, divergence noted, tension assessed. Subtle guidance preserved autonomy while maintaining alignment. Observation, foresight, and patience were instruments of quiet influence, ensuring the integrity of the unseen orchestration shaping the unfolding night. Hours passed before the first hints of dawn. Gandalf paused atop a rise, surveying the valley below. Streams glimmered, animals shifted into burrows, and travelers continued along hidden paths. Each thread of motion, each hesitation, each ripple of intention had been observed, catalogued, and aligned where necessary. The Grey Wanderer's vigilance ensured the orchestration of events remained coherent, balanced, and resilient beneath the emerging light. Through quiet observation, subtle intervention, and unwavering patience, Gandalf the Grey shaped the currents of Middle-earth, maintaining equilibrium while preparing for the transformations that the new day would bring. The light grew warmer, spreading across valley, ridge, and forest floor, touching each stone, leaf, and flowing stream. Gandalf stood, staff planted firmly, eyes tracing the myriad currents of motion that converged beneath him. For a moment, all was in harmony. Travelers moved safely, animals shifted without alarm, and the forest itself breathed in gentle rhythm. The Grey Wanderer knew the day ahead would demand vigilance and wisdom, that unseen currents might shift and ripple unpredictably. Yet in that moment, he allowed himself to simply witness the alignment he had preserved, the quiet order that persisted through observation, patience, and subtle guidance. And with the first true sunbeam illuminating the ridges, Gandalf the Grey felt the transformation beginning, the first faint glimmer of what would soon become the White. The first light of morning unfolded slowly, brushing the ridges and treetops with a gentle, almost hesitant glow. Gandalf the Grey moved with measured steps along the crest of a familiar incline, his staff tapping lightly against stones smoothed by centuries of wind and rain. The forest below whispered in the soft language of streams, rustling leaves, and shifting shadows. Each sound, each flicker of motion, carried significance. Every ripple of wind or disturbance in the undergrowth revealed currents of intention and consequence that Gandalf read with patient, unwavering attention. He had long learned that even the faintest motion could echo across time and terrain, shaping events in ways both subtle and profound. A shallow stream wound through the valley, its waters glinting as the morning light caught the surface in fleeting fragments. Travelers had crossed here before him, leaving impressions in the soft mud and flattened blades of grass. Gandalf knelt, examining the traces carefully. The footprints spoke of haste and caution, confidence and hesitation. Each footfall traced a thread in the tapestry of movement and consequence, a thread he observed and sometimes guided with quiet precision. Intervention was seldom necessary. More often, His presence alone, attentive and deliberate, preserved equilibrium across the valley's myriad currents. He rose and moved forward, glancing over a cluster of moss-covered stones that marked an old resting place. The faint residue of ashes and herbs suggested prior acts of care or ritual, echoes of attention left behind by others who had traversed the landscape. Even in decay, these traces maintained subtle influence, guiding perception and choice in ways unseen. Gandalf catalogued each mark, integrating them into his broader awareness, preparing to apply gentle guidance only if misalignment threatened the delicate weave of motion and consequence he had long maintained. A rustle from the undergrowth drew his attention. A solitary figure emerged, moving cautiously along a narrow trail. Gandalf observed posture, gaze, and rhythm with meticulous care. Every gesture, every hesitation carried consequences beyond immediate perception. The grey wanderer traced the unfolding pattern of motion, noting how the traveller adjusted to hidden obstacles, how glance and weight shifted in subtle anticipation of environmental cues. His presence remained invisible, yet it shaped events with precision, ensuring the currents of choice and consequence flowed in coherence. By mid-morning, he reached a gentle rise overlooking the valley below. Streams meandered between groves, sunlight dappled the forest floor, and animals shifted instinctively toward shelter. Travelers advanced along narrow paths, each movement contributing to the complex lattice of interaction that Gandalf observed. He catalogued divergences, points of hesitation, and areas where subtle guidance might prevent misalignment. Observations alone was often enough to maintain order. Intervention was applied only when necessary, with the lightest touch, invisible to those whose paths he guided. At the edge of a shallow ford, a river curved around smooth stones. Travelers tested each step against the current, some misjudging depth, others pausing midstream. Gandalf shifted a small branch or displaced a stone imperceptibly, redirecting a footfall away from risk. Each subtle action propagated outward, influencing motion and consequence across a wider network of human and natural currents. He remained silent, unseen, a careful steward of equilibrium, preserving autonomy while maintaining the alignment of all moving threads. The afternoon light slanted through the canopy, illuminating moss, roots, and scattered stones in patterns that shifted with the sun. Gandalf approached an ancient stone circle, partially reclaimed by time and elements. The weathered stones retained faint echoes of past intention, influencing perception and motion for those who moved near them. Gandalf traced the arrangement carefully, sensing how past acts intersected with present motion, and noting where subtle guidance might prevent disruption. Awareness alone often sufficed to maintain alignment, but his interventions, when necessary, were precise and imperceptible, preserving coherence across the tapestry of currents. From a ridge above, he surveyed the valley below, streams glinting, travelers winding through narrow paths, and animals adjusting their course instinctively. Currents of motion intersected, diverged, and reconverged, forming a complex lattice of consequence. Gandalf catalogued each thread, anticipating where subtle intervention might preserve balance. Observation and restraint were his tools, allowing him to maintain order while leaving autonomy intact. Even minor misalignments, if uncorrected, could ripple outward, altering motion in ways that were invisible but profound. A soft murmur of human voices carried across the glade. Gandalf traced it carefully through the undergrowth to a small clearing. Travelers paused there, consulting maps and supplies, negotiating pace and caution. He observed posture, gaze, and rhythm, discerning hesitation, intent, and subtle shifts in alignment. Conversation and movement influenced surrounding currents, shaping trajectories beyond immediate perception. Gandalf catalogued these threads, ready to apply gentle guidance where necessary to maintain coherence while preserving autonomy. Evening approached as he reached another shallow crossing, where the river curved through reeds and stones. Travelers tested each step with careful calculation, adjusting for shifting currents and unstable footing. Gandalf moved a branch lightly, imperceptible to those crossing, guiding a footfall away from potential hazard. The adjustment was subtle, yet its ripple extended across the interplay of human, animal, and environmental motion. Balance, alignment, and coherence persisted through careful observation and minimal intervention. Twilight stretched shadows long across the forest floor. Gandalf ascended a ridge, observing the valley below. Streams shimmered faintly, paths wound between trees, and animals retreated to shelter. Each motion, hesitation, and gesture contributed to the evolving tapestry of consequence. Gandalf traced threads, noting points of potential misalignment, and determining where restraint or subtle guidance could maintain coherence across human, animal, and environmental currents. A sudden breeze shifted the canopy, carrying scents of damp earth, herbs, and faint smoke. Gandalf paused, attuning to tremors in the undergrowth. A solitary traveler emerged, moving deliberately, adjusting to obstacles, and reading subtle environmental cues. He observed posture, gaze, and rhythm. Minor deviations in motion could ripple outward, influencing alignment and consequence. Gandalf's awareness preserved equilibrium, guiding currents quietly, shaping outcomes without revealing himself. Night fell fully, and stars glimmered through the canopy. Gandalf moved along shadowed ridges, threading carefully between moonlight and darkness. Streams glimmered, travelers advanced along hidden paths, and animals shifted toward shelter. Every movement, hesitation, and gesture became a thread in the broader weave of consequence. Gandalf maintained alignment, tracing currents and preparing subtle interventions to preserve coherence across the valley. Patience, observation, and foresight remained his instruments, shaping outcomes without overt action. By midnight he reached a glade marked with traces of prior presence, flattened grass, smoldered herbs, and faint footprints pressed lightly into soil. Gandalf knelt, examining each impression, sensing residual energy and intention. Even minor acts carried influence capable of shaping perception, motion, and consequence. Cataloguing them allowed him to anticipate ripple effects, prepare subtle interventions, and maintain alignment across human, animal, and environmental currents. The valley below reflected silvered moonlight. Streams, trails, and distant hearths sent gentle plumes of smoke upward. Gandalf ascended a ridge, staff in hand, observing the interconnected currents of motion, choice, and consequence. Threads were traced, divergences noted, tensions assessed. Subtle guidance preserved autonomy while maintaining alignment. Observation and restraint were as powerful as action, and patience ensured the integrity of the unfolding night. Hours passed before the first light of dawn returned. Gandalf paused atop a rise, surveying the valley below. Streams shimmered, animals shifted into burrows, and travelers continued along hidden paths, each thread of motion Each gesture, each ripple of intention had been catalogued and aligned. The Grey Wanderer's vigilance ensured that the orchestration of events remained coherent, balanced, and resilient beneath the emerging light. Observation, subtle intervention, and unwavering patience had preserved the intricate lattice of consequence that connected all living motion in the forest. As the sun began to climb, casting a gentle warmth across valley and ridge, Gandalf felt a profound shift in awareness. The currents he had maintained with such care rippled subtly, aligning in preparation for a new convergence. Moments of choice, hesitation, and motion that had passed unnoticed now carried significance. The Grey Wanderer, standing amid the first true light of day, felt the transition that had been long foretold. The grey was evolving into the white, the quiet vigilance of countless nights, the careful cataloguing of intention, and the subtle shaping of consequence had prepared the forest, the travellers, and himself for the transformation that would soon reach its fullness. In the gentle glow of dawn, Gandalf's eyes traced every stream, every shadow, every thread of movement. The intricate lattice of the valley lay before him, alive with potential and prepared for the unfolding day. The forest whispered in acknowledgement, and the currents of motion and consequence responded in kind. Patience, subtlety, and foresight had guided him to this precise moment. The Grey Wanderer, who had long moved unseen, now stood on the threshold of becoming the White, ready to step forward with a clarity and authority born of unwavering observation and quiet mastery. The first sunbeam touched his staff, illuminating it with a soft radiance. Gandalf felt the culmination of countless nights, of silent vigilance, of unseen guidance. The transformation was not abrupt, nor did it demand spectacle. It was the natural unfolding of aligned intention, careful stewardship, and the quiet shaping of consequence. He breathed deeply, absorbing the harmony of the valley, the alignment of currents, and the unfolding potential of choice. The grey had persisted, unseen and patient, guiding without assertion, observing without interruption. And now the white would emerge, carrying with it the culmination of all that had been preserved, aligned, and prepared through the long nights of quiet stewardship. The valley below shimmered as dawn deepened, streams catching light, trails winding between trees, and travellers moving with careful purpose. Gandalf the Grey, now poised on the threshold of transformation, recognized the delicate interplay of observation, intervention, and alignment that had brought him to this moment. The White would step forward, not with force, but with clarity, authority, and gentle command over the currents of motion and consequence. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath in acknowledgement, a final pause before the emergence of the new presence that would carry the wisdom, vigilance, and subtle mastery of countless nights into the unfolding day. And as sunlight spilled fully across the ridges and valleys, Gandalf felt the grey fade into memory, and the white step into being, the culmination of patient observation, subtle guidance, and the quiet orchestration of all that moved beneath the canopy, ready to shape what was yet to come. The first rays of dawn stretched across the plains, soft and deliberate, casting a subtle warmth over the forest edges and the winding river below. Gandalf, now fully the White, moved with a presence that seemed to harmonize with the light itself. His staff, once a conduit of quiet guidance, now pulsed with a steadier, more authoritative rhythm, resonating not through motion alone, but through the very awareness of those who moved within his sight. He walked along a ridge that overlooked the valley, each step deliberate, yet imbued with a sense of inevitability, as if every motion had been rehearsed in the threads of time, and every choice ahead had been subtly anticipated in the lattice he had long maintained. Below, the valley was alive with currents of motion that had shifted subtly under the unseen hand of the grey, now made manifest through the authority of the white. Travellers, unaware of the silent orchestration that had guided their night passage, moved with cautious deliberation, footprints tracing intentions shaped in subtle alignment with the broader flow of events. Animals adjusted instinctively, a choreography that reflected the preservation of balance, even as the landscape itself seemed to breathe in anticipation. Gandalf observed the interweaving of motion and choice, noting that the transformation of his own presence did not disrupt equilibrium, but intensified coherence across all threads. He paused at the edge of a shallow brook, its waters gleaming in the morning light. Here, the footprints of travellers intersected with natural currents, and the slightest misstep could ripple outward. Gandalf knelt, tracing the impressions in the soft earth. Every scuff, every displacement of soil or leaf told a story, revealing intention, hesitation, and adjustment. Now, as the white, he could perceive these threads with an expanded clarity, sensing where subtle intervention was necessary to preserve alignment, and where mere observation would suffice. The brook's eddies mirrored the intricate dance of consequence, bending and curving around obstacles as if in quiet acknowledgement of his stewardship. A rustle in the undergrowth drew his attention. A solitary figure emerged, cautious and deliberate, moving along the hidden trail. Gandalf observed posture, gaze, and rhythm, cataloguing choices as he had countless times before, yet now with an acuity sharpened by his transformation. Every footfall, every glance, every pause carried potential consequence. With the authority of the white, he could apply interventions that were simultaneously lighter and more potent, shaping trajectories without violating autonomy, harmonizing motion with intention across human, animal, and environmental currents. The mid-morning sun illuminated a glade where ancient stones lay half-buried in moss and thyme. Their weathered surfaces hummed faintly with echoes of ritual and remembrance, as if the past itself were listening and acknowledging the presence of the white. Gandalf moved among the stones, fingertips brushing carved runes, feeling the subtle pulse of history intertwined with present motion. The stone's placement and orientation influenced perception, guiding choice and shaping consequence. Gandalf traced these threads, weaving them into the broader lattice of alignment he now governed, with heightened awareness. Intervention, when necessary, was a matter of gentle persuasion rather than direct action, nudging currents toward coherence without asserting dominance. From a high ridge, he observed the valley in totality. Streams shimmered, animals shifted between cover and openness, and travellers traced winding paths with careful calculation. Currents of motion intersected and diverged in intricate patterns. Gandalf noted points of friction, potential divergence, and areas where subtle guidance could preserve harmony. His presence, both visible and invisible, resonated through the landscape, a stabilizing force that aligned intention with consequence. The white operated not through fear or force, but through the authority of awareness, the quiet command of perception, and the precision of intervention applied only when necessary. A shallow river meandered around moss-covered stones, presenting a crossing that required careful attention. Travelers tested each step, some misjudging depth, others pausing midstream. Gandalf shifted a stone lightly with his staff, imperceptible to those crossing, redirecting a footfall away from hazard. The effect was subtle, yet profound. Alignment was maintained, autonomy preserved, and consequence harmonized with intention. Even the smallest adjustment carried ripple effects across the lattice of human and environmental currents. The White's presence was a reminder that mastery often required subtlety, patience, and foresight rather than overt assertion. Afternoon light filtered through the canopy, illuminating roots, moss, and scattered stones in patterns that shifted with the sun. Gandalf approached the remnants of an ancient circle, partially reclaimed by wind and rain. The stones, resonant with echoes of past intention, influenced perception and motion, even in decay. Gandalf traced the arrangement carefully, sensing the intersection of past acts with present motion. He catalogued each thread, preparing subtle guidance where misalignment might otherwise propagate. Awareness and restraint were sufficient to maintain coherence, but intervention, applied with care, ensured the tapestry of consequence remained unbroken. A soft murmur of human voices drifted from a distant glade. Gandalf traced it through undergrowth, observing travelers consulting maps and supplies, adjusting pace and caution. Posture, gaze, and rhythm revealed hesitation and intent, subtle cues that shaped surrounding currents. Conversation, even quiet, generated ripples of consequence, influencing the trajectory of motion beyond immediate perception. Gandalf catalogued these threads, prepared to apply the White's guidance to preserve alignment, maintaining equilibrium without imposing upon autonomy. Twilight deepened, stretching long shadows across the forest floor. Gandalf ascended a ridge, observing the valley below. Streams shimmered, paths wound between trees, and animals shifted toward shelter. Every gesture, every hesitation, every movement became a thread in the lattice of consequence. The White traced each thread, noting friction points, and determining where intervention, subtle or otherwise, could maintain coherence. Patience, observation, and strategic guidance were instruments of quiet mastery. A sudden gust stirred the canopy, carrying the mingled scents of earth, herbs, and distant smoke. Gandalf paused, attuning to tremors in the undergrowth, subtle signs of movement, presence, and intention. A solitary traveler emerged, moving deliberately, adjusting to hidden obstacles, and reading environmental cues with care. Gandalf observed every nuance of posture, glance, and rhythm. Minor deviations in motion could ripple outward, influencing alignment and consequence. The White's awareness ensured equilibrium, guiding currents invisibly, shaping outcomes with precision, and preserving autonomy. Night fell, and stars glimmered through gaps in the canopy. Gandalf moved along shadowed ridges, threading carefully between moonlight and darkness. Streams glimmered faintly, travelers advanced along hidden paths, and animals shifted into cover. Every motion, hesitation, and gesture contributed to the broader weave of consequence. Gandalf maintained alignment, tracing currents and preparing subtle interventions to preserve coherence across human, animal, and environmental threads. Observation, foresight, and restraint were as potent as any direct action, shaping outcomes through quiet mastery. By midnight, he reached a glade marked by traces of prior activity: flattened grass, smouldered herbs, and faint footprints pressed lightly into soil. Gandalf knelt, examining each impression, sensing residual energy and echoes of intention. Even minor acts carried influence, capable of shaping perception, motion, and consequence. Cataloguing them allowed him to anticipate ripple effects, prepare subtle interventions, and maintain alignment across intertwined currents of movement, choice, and intention. The valley below glimmered in silvered moonlight. Streams reflected stars, trails wound through trees, and distant hearths sent faint plumes of smoke upward. Gandalf ascended a ridge, staff in hand, observing the interconnected currents of motion, choice, and consequence. Threads were traced, divergences noted, tensions assessed. Subtle guidance preserved autonomy while maintaining alignment. Observations and restraint were as powerful as action, and patience ensured the integrity of the unfolding night. Hours passed before the first hints of dawn returned. Gandalf paused atop a rise, surveying the valley below. Streams shimmered, animals shifted into burrows, and travelers continued along hidden paths. Each thread of motion, each gesture, each ripple of intention had been catalogued and aligned where necessary. The White's vigilance ensured the orchestration of events remained coherent, balanced, and resilient beneath the emerging light. Observation, subtle intervention, and unwavering patience preserved the intricate lattice of consequence that connected all living motion in the forest. As sunlight began to spill across ridges, trees, and streams, Gandalf felt the currents align in preparation for the next convergence. Moments of choice and hesitation rippled outward, carrying significance that would shape the day. He walked along a ridge, staff in hand, feeling the weight and clarity of the White's presence, aware that each decision, each motion, each ripple of consequence could now be met with both authority and subtle precision. The lattice of motion and intention was complete, yet still alive, responsive, and ready to unfold in new ways. The valley shimmered as dawn fully illuminated streams, paths, and travelers. Gandalf, standing in quiet authority, perceived the harmony of currents, the alignment of intention, and the unfolding potential of choice. The White had emerged not in spectacle, but through patient stewardship, subtle guidance, and mastery of the unseen threads connecting motion, intention, and consequence. The transformation was complete, and Gandalf now moved through Middle-earth with the quiet certainty of one who understood both the cost and the power of awareness fully realized. The first true sunbeam touched his staff, radiating softly across the ridges and valleys. Gandalf felt the culmination of countless nights of observation, intervention, and guidance. The White was no longer a promise, but a living presence, embodying patient mastery, quiet authority, and the stewardship of currents unseen yet profoundly influential. He breathed deeply, sensing the balance maintained, the harmony preserved, and the potential now aligned with the unfolding day. With the light strengthening and the valley alive with movement, Gandalf the White stepped forward, ready to guide, influence, and preserve the intricate lattice of Middle-earth. Streams shimmered, paths wound gracefully, animals shifted through shelter, and travelers advanced with careful purpose. Every thread of motion, every gesture, every ripple of intention was observed, catalogued, and harmonized under the vigilant and gentle authority of the White. The transformation, quiet and inevitable, had completed the passage from grey to white, and with it a new clarity, presence, and mastery would shape the unfolding hours ahead. Gandalf's awareness now extended beyond mere observation. The white had emerged fully, poised to guide the convergence of intention, motion, and consequence across Middle-earth, with both subtlety and authority.